viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
And I'm sure a pro wrestler such as yourself will appreciate all the closet space, Hitman.
Ooh, this place has got old man stink. Ooh.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
What do we got? Super Dave, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Baines sitting at home being paid since 2023 for nothing. Come on now. It's not going to be the pod calling some kettle black on that one. Truth is the truth. Vaquer was more over than Monet. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow. Vaquer was more over than Monet and is going to the big times. Absolutely. And I said that. I think I covered that show. In fact, I know we did. And I pointed out, I'm going to go back and listen to my own comments. But I did make a mental note, and I think I did point out that I thought she looked really good because I had never seen her before. And now that you pointed out, I don't want to say she looked better than Mercedes, but I think the expectation was a little higher for Mercedes, obviously. And perhaps Stephanie exceeded hers and perhaps Mercedes didn't. That's my take on it.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And that was Bonesaws ready. That was Macho Man with a little diss track on the Hulkster. How y'all enjoy that? How's your Saturday going? I hope you're all doing incredibly well. My my clock on my MacBook was off by like 20 minutes somehow, and I was Googling. I'm like, how did that even happen? And then it like caught up again, but I was off by like 10 minutes. I was like, oh shit, I'm late to my own show. So there you go, guys. Welcome everybody. It's Saturday. You could be anywhere, but you're here with me. We have some pro wrestling news and hilarity to get to, and some cringe. Finn Balor's ready. I know I'm ready. Are you ready? We have, quite a bit to get to, actually. A lot of clips. We have, John Cena's Pipebomb promo that we have to talk about, which AEW fans, of course, made about themselves somehow, and the conspiracy that people floated out there about the subliminal directed towards the Bucks and stuff. So we're going to break all that down. It's storming out here too. So sorry guys if I'm a little robetronic. And we're going to get into Tony Khan's multiple lies as of late. He's had a handful. And the Mexico show being a sellout is one, but I still consider that show a W for AEW, but it wasn't like Worlds Collide, it didn't, but I said it like that night, it was definitely a W. And clearly there's people thirsting and like curious about this lucha stuff now. And hey, maybe Dave Meltzer ahead of the time. No, it'll never overtake the main attractions and those sorts of things, but I told y'all, man, a hot lucha summer, and I'm very, very proud that it's like panning out. Because like that show it was matches. It was just matches. Okay, just take those matches, though. They were fun and shit, It was a good event. The aesthetic was nice. They had a packed hot house for once for AEW, but of course they're trying to make this John Cena shit about them because it's never good enough. That's the problem. It's never you're never going to satisfy sickos like this, right? Which we've talked about for years, but ultimately I was satisfied and they did a good rating for AEW. And so, I'm actually proud of them for that lucha show. And I'm proud of WWE as well, for pulling the trigger on all that stuff. But, this is just the intro, folks. I don't even think I plugged anything. But yeah, we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about what else. Stephanie Vaquer Twerks. I don't know. That went viral. I threw that in the thing. We're going to watch that, where she hung out with Sheamus, and just tons of fanfare and some fun sickos. We actually have a really fun sicko segment. And so, yeah, I'm so glad you guys are here. And yeah, make sure you hit like, subscribe if you're over on X. Make sure you come on over to YouTube or whatever. And yeah, consider becoming a patron, become a member for 99 cents. You get access to my Monday shows where we watch Raw and do other stuff. And I watch SmackDown, speaking of which we're going to get into. Or you can become a patron or hit like or dislike or whatever the fuck. Just support me somehow, goddammit. Leave a comment, whatever. I appreciate you. Chat, how are you all doing? Okay? My face is like this, like Finn's watching the whole thing break down here in the IWC as far as, you know, the poll that I put in the chat. Where's the momentum headed right now? Who do you think has the momentum right now, chat? AEW or WWE? You guys let me know. Vote in the polls on YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Okay, there's my plugs. That's everything. And that's the big debate, right? Like, who's got the momentum right now? And so I leave the question to you, the PWT universe. How are you doing? I'm fantastic. I'm tired. Lincoln Hawk. The only thing I know about NWA is the weekly show, and it's been rough lately. They got a TV deal. We'll get into some of that. Stephanie Vaquer, yes. The fact that NXT had higher ratings than usual as well makes me think, yeah, we'll talk about all that. It was also preempted. A preempted attack. Get your garrison ready. It was preempted, I guess, and none of the dirt sheets, of course, reported on that because it's WWE. So we're going to talk about all that. Hi, Lucy. I'm just over the AEW fan base. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It can just be, it's just silliness at some point. Like after the Cena promo, and then the first thing you see is like people talking about like, oh, this was meant Matt Jackson, and this meant Nick Jackson, and this meant Colt Cabana. It's like, okay, we're gonna come on, we're gonna really do that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into here. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to actually bookmark this. So if you guys are MMA fans, today they had a UFC event, and it was like during the daytime because they were across the globe. And then at the press conference, Dana White gets asked about Jon Jones. And he goes, yeah, I got a phone call from Jon Jones this morning. He's retired. Belt's vacated. Tom Aspinall's the so Jones just fucking completely ducked Tom Aspinall. If you guys are MMA fans, you know that that's just utterly ridiculous. Which is fine. He is allowed to do that. He destroyed everyone forever, but just to string it along for so long. I really thought that they were trying to just like have Jones as their champ for when they renegotiate their deal. Oh, we have Jon Jones fights coming up. You know, like Netflix, you get the Jones fight if we whatever, and then they can just back out of it like later. You know, it's happened with Connor and stuff like that. So I don't know, little disappointing. But anyways, we're going to get into Phil Marks, bookmarks, and into some miscellaneous news here. Again, we have quite a bit to get to tonight. So chat, are you with me? Are you guys ready to fucking roll? We have, as a matter of fact, I don't know. Okay, so we have some Becca. Do you guys want some Becca, chat? Should we do some Becca? Should we do the world premiere of the On Becca, On God remix? Should we world premiere it, chat? Let's go. Okay, so we're going to start the show with something very fun. Here we go. This is Becca, the world premiere of On Becca, On God. I think like the metal punk remix.
parking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. It should open my wealth. And my RP's getting dumber every day. Ha. Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, will I work it on my fitness? On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod.
I'm not even joking. That would be my wrestler theme song. I would come out to this. Becca's like, I already do that, but yeah. And there's like a bunch of wrestlers like Sonny Kiss, Willie Mack. Is it fire or not, chat? You let me know. And that was the intro. I love Becca with a 3 because she's cool. Okay, so we have miscellaneous news here, folks, and that was the intro to this week's or this Saturday's miscellaneous news. Elena Black said she would not return to WWE if they wanted her to come back. She says, did I want to lose my dream job? No, but if WWE called me tomorrow and asked me to come back, I would say no to them because right now it's my time. My time is now. You can't see me. I'm excited now for what's ahead. I'm 24 years old. I don't know where I'll end up, whatever company it is, wherever I go. I do know that I'm not done wrestling. It's the only thing I've ever known since I was 8 years old. I dedicated 16 years of my life dedicated to making it to WWE. And that was the Power Alphas. So what is that again? That's the Mandy Rose podcast. Yeah, so Mandy Rose's podcast, they did an OF shoot together. I saw everyone posting about that. So there you go. A little double collabo, right? A twofer, as they say. So I was tagged in this by Mr. Spectacular Jesse Godders. And yeah, check out the legendary. Here is like the cast of Wardlow, Rick Boogs, the legendary cast of the new American Gladiators, ladies and gentlemen. And Jesse Goddard's there. So they're ready. And for some reason I was tagged in this, probably because I was like talking about it or whatever. And I'm hyped for it. I'm not going to lie. Vince McMahon will return to wrestling in the future. Believes executives in combat sports and pro wrestling. McMahon will ultimately find himself involved again in pro wrestling. Some wrestlers have also reportedly claimed off the record that McMahon is still held in high regard and has a great deal of support via Justin Barrasso. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think Vince will ever get back in the WWE in the same capacity that he was. Will there be a day where he like shows up backstage and is like, hey, pal, that's great shit? Yes. Okay. That will definitely happen at some point. Whether or not, maybe. Whether or not he's loved backstage, that's all subjective. So lots of people look at him like a father figure. Lots of people look at him like they gave me my life, my family's life, an opportunity, da-da-da-da-da. A lot of people are like, I don't really know him. I came up under Triple H and then HBK, and then now Triple H runs WWE, and I'm new here, right? I'm Braun Breaker. I met him, but I'm familiar, but I don't. Or maybe even Braun was. I'm sure he was familiar with Vince, but you guys know what I mean. We're like a generation. Like Austin Theory was his last like handpicked guy, pal. So we're like one removed from that. Kind of coming into that new era, and then Triple H rehired all these guys that Vince really didn't fuck with. So do I see him putting on a pro wrestling event with some legends and contacts and people who are outside of the business, maybe in like Saudi or something, or outside of the WWE business in Saudi or something like that? Maybe I see him more getting into like influencer boxing or something, sports entertainment adjacent. I could see him getting more involved in. I could see him just producing like sports documentaries or reality TV with that 14th and I company. Maybe even some films. I mean, he had the whole WWE Studios thing. Now, that was to sort of keep the wrestlers who wanted to go act under his thumb, which is kind of smart, you know? So would he get into that again? I don't know, but maybe they would just put up money and then, right, take a producer credit or whatever. I'm sure he's open to that. I just don't see him getting back involved in WWE as the current trajectory of WWE goes, you know? I think it's more of out with the old, in with the new. And I think in UFC, sooner or later, we'll hear Dana White's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm just going to go focus on like Zuffa boxing for, you know, like put more of my focus into that and then let the UFC, like he has people put in place already who could essentially do his gig, you know? It's just, we like to see Dana White as the promoter. People like to see Triple H. Some people don't. A lot of people don't, on both sides. You know, that goes with any like public figure, right? Like people are going to love you or hate you. But yeah, I just think that why would you bring Vince in with all the controversy? I don't think Vince wants that either. Or like in a perfect world, he'd love to go back, but I don't think Vince wants to bring more heat to WWE and fuck up whatever they're doing, even if he doesn't agree with, I don't like that they put sponsors on the mats, pal. You know, like even if he doesn't like that, I'm sure he'd rather that than tarnish like this thing he built, you know? That's my opinion on it. Anyways, moving along. So this dog is the fucking goat. This dog is the goat. That's hilarious. So watch this.
Ya se puso de espaldas el motornillo.
Tornillo.
Tornillo impresionante por parte. Ya se
Fuck yeah, dude. This dog rules.
Puso de espaldas el motornillo.
There you go. A twisty McPup. So here's Matt Cardona serving Shotzi Blackheart papers because they're beefing over who owns the trademark. Well, Matt Cardona owns the trademark to Indie God and the Deathmatch King, but Shotzi stole that shit. And she's been doing some crazy deathmatch stuff. We have some highlights in a little bit. And since she left WWE, it's like, damn. But it seems to me like she's making the most noise and doing the most intriguing shit thus far.
Shotzi Blackheart?
Hello?
Hey, are you Shotzi Blackheart?
Who's asking?
I'm a processor. I got some legal papers for you.
I don't want that. Get out of here.
That's my job to give you these
Get
papers.
off my property.
On behalf of Always Ready, you've been served. Fuck it.
I don't think you can just throw them on the floor. Can you do that? Because then the person can just say they didn't get them. I don't know. That's another. We need dose on to break that down.
And bitch.
Ah! God! What was that? Ah! Ah!
I love her ghost face slippers.
Oh! Want to serve me?
Ow!
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Oh.
Hey, you work for Matt Cardona? You can tell Matt Cardona that if he wants to serve me, he can do it himself.
So just work in the shoot work, you know, doing storylines outside of WWE. That's how you do it. And that's how you fucking stay relevant and topical and popular. And then you can go do all the crazy wrestling you want. But you got to keep that sports entertainment aspect. We talked about Elena Black, a.k.a. Cora Jade. She says that either her or Roxanne could bring AJ Lee back to wrestling and out of retirement.
Are there still some opponents that you haven't worked
AJ
with?
Lee's my dream opponent of all time.
Could you bring AJ Lee back to wrestling?
I don't know. I don't know if I can't. I know that Roxanne can. So I know between.
Yeah, well, yeah, in WWE, I mean, she ain't going back anywhere else. Yeah, in AEW, she'll go to All Out and brawl the fucking the women's locker room.
In one of us, I think we can do it. Whether it's her or me, I don't know which one it's gonna be, but remember that it's gonna be one of us.
Ooh, so you're making a prediction right now. AJ Lee returns to wrestling.
I'm making a hopeful prediction.
You're like, selfishly, I just want it to happen.
Yeah, I just really want it. But she's killing it, doing whatever she's
that's
doing.
the fan in
I
you
just want her
going.
to be happy.
That's
but
the fan in you going, I want to see her wrestle again.
yes, exactly.
You're like, whether it's against me or not.
Exactly. But if it's against Roxanne too, I'll be happy. It has to be one of us though.
Are there still some opponents?
Loop-de-loop. Yeah, shout out to Giga Chad, man. I would love to see Roxanne versus AJ Lee as long as there's a good enough story, you know me. But also if they're just like, it's a one and done and she just has to run out and save someone, then I'll even accept something a little lazy like that for the one and done. You know, but if she wants to have a run like Nikki Bella, okay, you got to give me something, which Nikki Bella was, by the way, which got all fucked up because of Liv's injury there. And I really, really hope she recovers fully, because that injury, even though people are like, oh, it's just a shoulder, she'll be, no, when it's that bad, it's Johnny Walker, UFC fighter, again, to bring it back to MMA. He won a fight by KO. He did the worm as like a victory dance after the fight. He won the fight, went and did the worm, blew his arm out, got surgery. It was really bad. Fell the same way Liv did. And he was never the same. Now, she doesn't need to shoot, knock people out. I'm sure she'll be okay and be able to return to the ring and be fine, and I'm very optimistic. But yeah, that can be a motherfucker. Like, they're already saying 6 months, right? And then she'll want to get back quicker, but I would just not even rush it. I would just milk that, have her come back at the Rumble even, just make sure she's strong. If she's got to go film some shit or something, give her the time. Hey, my schedule's free for a little bit, just make sure that shit's ready to go. Don't rush it, even though I think Liv is a big, they're saying like, oh, the whole Evolution card's up in the air because she was factored into it so prominently. Realistically though, I mean, that's doom and gloom. WWE doom and gloom, it's like I bet 75% of the card is fine, and the rest you got to move like 2-3 matches around, Anyways, here's Paul Walter Hauser, award-winning actor. He was on the Ariel Helwani show, and he talked about why he put his body through so much pain in these MLW matches. He's taken a hiatus, I think, to play Chris Farley in like a biopic, but I enjoy it. I don't know. I see him in MLW. I don't like hate on it. It's not the worst thing. And he'll be chilling with like Paul London and stuff. I like Paul London. But yeah, we covered it on the show. He gave his Mount Rushmore, which I don't think we all agreed. He put Jericho on it. So a lot of people are like, yeah, he belongs on there. But here's the thing. It is a subjective thing. But there's so many people before Jericho, if you're doing a Mount Rushmore, that like weren't included. But yeah, anyways, he's on Cobra Kai, and go and see the Karate Kid movie now. I don't know. I'm not too excited for that thing because they cut the whole Cobra Kai series out of that. Stressful, but here's Paul Walter Hauser, and let's hear why he enjoys pro wrestling so much. And we played it on this show. You guys remember when he fell backwards through the table and like hit the back of his head, missed the whole mat and everything, hit the back of his head, and he's laying there like seeing stars, and it's craziness. Hopefully there's like highlights here. I think there is.
Is there any moment where you're like,
here, see this? We watched this on the show where he falls backwards. Now this is pro wrestling, folks.
man,
So
I don't want to do this. I can't do this.
boom. Look at how he
You love
grabs
it.
the back of his head. God, that's scary.
Even when you're smashing your head on the concrete.
Dude, emotional pain is way worse than physical pain. I mean, I was dumped at 3 high school dances from 3 different girls. I was a virgin until I was married. I have had
what? He's running down the list. Hold on, let's go back here.
Dumped at 3 high school dances from 3 different girls. I was a virgin until I was married. I have had heroes die. I have had a million no's from auditions and screenplays. I've written 21 features since I was 16 years old. None of them have been produced or bought.
What?
Emotional pain is
no, but that's for sure that's common. You got to deal with rejection. That's why he's good with that.
Way worse. Rejection
when you're like an actor and a writer and shit, man, you get fucking told no so much.
Is way worse than physical pain.
Wow.
So,
is there any moment?
Yeah, and that, I mean, his approach is a little bit sadist, maybe. I don't fucking know. Some people might be like, nah, dude, I'd rather cry than like bang the back of my head on a thing and not be able to fucking remember people's names and stuff. But yeah, shout out Paul Walter Hauser. I do enjoy him. He is a great actor, you know. Can't say he's not. Moving along here. So Rob Van Dam and Katie Forbes are having twins. So this is according to the Observer, though. I mean, Dave could royally be fucking up here, but just an update, right? I'm not here to roast Dave on this one. It's just that he announced, like, we're pregnant, and maybe in that video that we watched on the last show, I missed the part where Van Dam said it's twins. But yeah, I guess they're having twins, according to Dave. Hopefully that's correct. So here's Shotzi. We just talked about her a moment ago. She's the deathmatch king now, and her and Elena Black have both just been doing some crazy shit since they left. Here's Shotzi going through a glass door, or what is it? Sorry, am I reading the right one? A pane of glass, yes, and then Elena Black goes through a door. Okay, so this isn't a glass door. This is a pane of glass, which would go on a glass door, right? I don't know at what point does it qualify as a door? Does it need a knob? Perhaps a frame. I'm unsure. However, here is Shotzi going through a pane of glass in Minecraft.
Went for a destroyer. Air raid crash through the glass.
She wrestling Atticus there. Jeepers creepers. Okay. That gives me shivers. And then here's Elena Black wrestling. So I guess at GCW Bang, this was like a intergender card or something. I'm not sure. Someone dummy me up to a dummy. Yeah. And yeah, so Elena Black wrestled, I want to say Joey Janela, if my memory serves me correct. She eats a avalanche brain buster through a door.
She's in a bad place right
now. Goodness gracious. A super brain buster.
That was all. She's in a bad place right
now. Goodness gracious. A super brain buster.
That's wild as shit. I think she looked perfectly safe there, though. I got to be honest. Sari has done it and new IWGP Women's Champion. So some people might be like, "Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. I thought Mercedes Moné was the New Japan." But yeah, the IWGP, I guess it's defended all around with the UJPW like merger or unity that they've sort of put out there in Japan. So the International Wrestling Grand Prix Women's Champion, which this is defended in New Japan, I believe. But Mercedes is the New Japan Strong Champion, which is more of like the American-focused title, you know? So shout out Sari, and she's sought after, I believe, was in WWE for a bit and then was released. And yeah, the Sheets love her, and everyone's always like, "Oh, WWE wants Sari," and Sari, her name always pops up. So there you go. She won the title there at Stardom. This is the last ever Los Ingobernables de Japón roll call. Okay, so they lost the rights. We covered this as well. They lost the rights to this name, and this is their last ever roll call, I guess. So let's take a look.
Porque Yota Takagi Hiromu y Titán. Nosotros fuimos los ingobernables de Japón.
Yeah, so LIJ, I guess they like lost the rights to that name, like Bushi Road did or some shit. Yeah, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. What? Okay, so we have some TNA stuff to get into as well that I want to talk about. So we'll go ahead and pull that up. And yes, I have this video that I'm going to. I want to watch, but it's very long, of Jim Cornette. It's synced to this mud shows and nonsense. It's like Kenny wrestling that dude around his yard and shit. So I would love to watch that in full, which I'm gonna do, just not today. So TNA management is aware of an altercation that occurred at tonight's meet and greet in Pittsburgh. If fans captured any video of the incident, please DM it to us ASAP. So this sort of went viral, 1.3 million views, right? And everyone's like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Well, this is what the fuck happened, folks. Okay. So reported an altercation breaks out at a meet and greet involving The Inspiration and Team Elegance. So there you go, man. You have Team Elegance, and then you have the Iconics, The Inspiration, and they're like working a shoot work, and they're working the marks and leaking out a fucking tweet going, because look, once it was revealed, it's just a work, 126K views. But the TNA post about we're aware of this incident, 1.3 million views. They're leaning into like the work, shoot work, brother. And they're doing it brilliantly. WWE's been doing more and more and more and more and more of that, and little Easter eggs and all this little stuff. We've been covering it here, folks. And yeah, TNA is doing the goddamn thing as well. And I'm hyped that they're doing this. Now, this is a clear work, but at the time, TNA's tweet, people were like, is this a work? Brilliant. And like, all you got to do, if someone agrees to take a live round, you just go, look, dude, just fucking gun me. You know, we're fucking in public. It's all good. As long as they're all cool with it. I mean, look at how the crowd reacted and even how they're selling it. You know, she's standing there like, whoa, what's going on? She knows full well what's going on. But then the crowd's kind of like, oh shit. Then the TNA cameramen are right there. They can show it on the thing. It was like when LA Knight and AJ were fighting and shit. There's people, like I had people message me who thought it was real. We're like, yo, they were really fighting at that thing. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you know, if you can do that, then that's perfect. Even just putting that tweet out and getting 1.3 million impressions is a huge W for TNA. Now, guys, I can't be playing like TNA shit. Anthem always nukes my shit, even though we're Canadian buddies, guys. I thought you were my friend, buddy. But here is Cedric Alexander. I'll just play this here. Don't do this! So Cedric Alexander debuted in TNA, and they're going to run back the 205 Live Mustafa Ali versus Cedric Alexander. I dropped a clip from the show, rather saying, Cedric will never go back to not go back, rather, but never go to AEW because of how they treated his wife. And there you go. Because it would have happened by now if he was gonna, and it would be nice to see the Hurt Syndicate or the Hurt Business, whatever you want to call them, like in their prime form, pun intended, because Alexander Prime, that's sort of like his nickname. But yeah, I am excited that Cedric Alexander is in fucking TNA, man. This is a great spot for him. Him and Mustafa can feud maybe. Well, don't even need the belt in TNA right before leading into this Slammiversary show. And the X Division title, man, that whole division could get so much depth, like just out of these two feuding over that shit. So brilliant stuff. Shout out Alexander. You know they're gonna cook too. 205 Live, 205 Live, 205 Live. Just joking. So TNA announced new partners for their broadcast streaming next month, right? So golf, where do we start here? FanDuel, Peachtree, Golfcast, Rock, Tennessee Valley, North Star, Palmetto, and still no way to watch in the UK, somebody saying, which is unfortunate, but good for them. And so Dark State from NXT, they showed up in TNA's TV tapings. They attack some folks, and I think that's a good move for them because they ain't really working in WWE. in NXT, in my opinion. I'm just not feeling that shit. And it's funny because Mustafa Ali's there, and then they're doing like a Retribution knockoff. So hopefully he doesn't cross paths with these goobers. And I'm not hating on these dudes, man, but like any of them as individuals, but it's just the group, the aesthetic of the group and the vibe of it. The one thing I like is they're all these distraught fucking guys who were sort of kicked out of the PC and weren't given a fair shake or whatever. The one dude was eliminated off LFG. I'm okay with all that, It's just the aesthetic of the group and the lights flickering, and then now like the lights aren't flickering again. Really, well, they're doing it to TNA, but like, why did they just stop doing it to, like, it felt like every show for a minute on NXT, lights would go out, they're flickering. Now we don't get any of that anymore. It's just they're gone. Now they're in TNA. Okay. What do you do with a group like that? You've tried that same thing so many fucking times. And they even do like the shield bomb kind of. And it's like, well, we already seen that before and like done better with like guys who just had way more aura and shit, like, say what you will. Dean Ambrose, Seth, Roman, they all had fucking aura for back then, and it's a term thrown around loosely, but just look at all of their careers. I mean, it's inarguable, So I don't know. I don't mean to bury you guys, but TNA, I think, is where, you'll find out, you'll work out the kinks. Maybe you guys can split up in twos, or I don't know. Here's the other thing too. That Cutler guy, I just feel like he should be on that LFG show again this season. They're repeating a bunch of the same cast members. So just bring him back, because he wasn't even like the most polished guy there either. Like, he was good in ring, but his promos and character and everything just really sucked. And then you put him in this spooky group and you're just like, what the fuck? How he's the least, I don't know. He's just like, yeah, boys, let's go. He doesn't really add anything to it. He's just such a blue collar guy. He comes across like a dude who would like do your taxes or something, who is like who coaches like high school wrestling on the weekends or whatever. So I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to bury him. There's the one dude in the group, I forget his name, and he's like the leader of Dark State, more or less. And he like switches his overalls when he's wrestling. He'll like pull one strap up, then switch the strap, then switch the other. That guy's good. He's the guy that you could just push him by himself, and I think he'd be awesome. But anyways, shout out TNA, and I hope you guys are all checking it out on Thursdays. We all should be, especially going into Slammiversary. And round of applause for our TNA segment. I'm going to check in with chat here. There is like 250 of you watching across X and YouTube. Come on over to YouTube, vote in the poll, become a member, hit like, hit subscribe, send in a super chat, tell me go fuck myself, hit dislike, leave a comment, share the channel, retweet it, and jump in chat. So Fabio says, understandable, UK crime dramas tend to be lacking in the action department for sure. For crime drama, it's slow moving but well acted. Put he in WWE Evolve. They all need to go to Evolve permanently. Permanently. Cutlet. Yeah, that's like, what's his name? I keep saying Jay Cutler. That's his name, right? Cutler James or whatever. I fucking forget. Would watch There's No Creative. Gold when I found AEW. It was Mate. They were the disruptors. Yeah, AEW was fucking lit, man. They're doing better TV now, but they're doing more like WWE type shit. So there you go. We win. I win. Ali Abdelaziz says Jon Jones has retired from MMA. Yes, we covered that just a moment or two ago. And what a day, dude. What a day. You had to see it coming, though. He didn't want that smoke with Aspinall ultimately. Cedric Alexander debuted in TNA. Yeah, we just covered that as well. Okay. TNA is killing it. Hit the like button. Yeah, do that, or else George will freak out and have an aneurysm. Okay, guys, we have a very fun. Hold on a second. Let me remove this here from the TNA segment. Okay, we have a very fun segment, which typically isn't fun, but there is a couple funny ones in here, and it is called the Sicko segment. So Matt Coon says WWE takes stuff over, AEW integrates. So he had that to say. Right? He also played this riff for this show. No. I'm joking. But yeah, I guess. And then the Mole posted this. Has the Mole been spot on lately? Is anybody tracking it? Like, has he been knocking it out of the park, or is he like, are we catching him deleting shit that's like inaccurate? Who knows? So Jimmy Corderas gets in an argument with this guy, David Powers, another artard who thinks that WWE rules equals wrestling rules. How do these cons dress themselves of a morning? No tags necessary. How do they dress themselves of a morning? You what? No tags necessary in Lucha, you dumb twat. So Jimmy Corderas was critical of the AEW CMLL show. He's like, why would you say it's a 14-man tag match, but there's no tags? And then everyone jumped on Jimmy Corderas. He's like arguing with all these sickos, and a bunch of people are like, you fucking idiot, delete your account. I can't believe you're such an idiot. There's no tag. Da, 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 da. Now, Jimmy's a legendary referee. I mean, in Canada, and I mean, they say North American rules. Yes, for like international promotions, I guess. What would you call WWE? I guess it's an international promotion. Yeah, it's not just national, but in Canada and America, yeah, tag. It shouldn't be called a tag match. In Mexico, they're not even called tag matches because you don't fucking tag. But like, you got to be a rank lucha sicko or wacko like myself. I'm not even like rank, but you got to like know shit like that. But he's allowed to criticize it still. But all these people could have like explained it to him, and not like, this is very tame as well, what this David Powers guy said, right? So people could have just taken that opportunity to like explain it to him and go, well, it's not tag and lucha, right? Like, you got to know that, dude. They call it like pero. Who's on Espanol in chat? You guys know. Tell everyone in chat what it's called. But yeah, they don't. It's not even referred to as like a tag match, but that's how you market it to like American audiences. And then if you think about it, okay, it's an AEW show, so in their league they should work by AEW rules, rather, which is what WWE would do. But then at the same time, if you're in Mexico and it's a CMLL Grand Slam Mexico AEW CMLL crossover, it's like, well, then that makes sense. I've even said that before. Like, when you do the crossover events, you do like you're working with New Japan, Forbidden Door. Then you do like the 20-second count out. Then your wrestlers, that's part of the story. Like, Swerve Strickland's not used to the 20-second count out, that sort of thing. You could use that to your advantage. So AEW could have, again, like, used that to their advantage and stuff. But it's called like partner battle or whatever in Mexico. So yeah, it's not a tag match. I mean, but that's just they could have taught Jimmy Corderas something, but instead they're just like pushing him away and making him hate them even more. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, now he's going to be like, fuck these people even more because they just like went after him like rabid fucking sharks. Instead of just being like, dude, I know you're a legendary ref, or you don't even have to blow him. You just say, oh yeah, you're a ref in America and shit, but in Mexico it's this. Have you ever refed in Mexico, Jimmy? You ask him, and then you school him on the shit, and then he can correct himself, and then people go, that's interesting, and then that's a topic on his show. But now the topic is, look at all these assholes who said horrific, horrible things to me. You know what I mean? So Jimmy responded and said, well, another dipshit using that term, not realizing it's not WWE rules, but rather wrestling rules that are commonplace throughout the US and Canada, which is true. It's like, I think they're called, like, they call them North American rules, but they mean like North, you know, which Mexico is North American, but you guys know what I mean, right? Like, it's further south, I guess, and they do have their own rules and traditions and whatnot. So, yeah, so let's move along here. Yeah, I don't need to pull up more examples. So the WWE Fanatics Fest, or I think it was just the Fanatics Fest. Yes, right here. And shout out Fanatics. If you guys are buying WWE merch, I have an affiliate link below. You guys can click that. No extra cost. Yeah, support PWT, support your favorite WWE superstar. AEW, get on that shit. Please and thank you. Because I would love to partner and shill PWT's shit as well, but you guys don't have anything like that, so you should really get on that. No, we don't shill anything here, folks, but yes, I have an affiliate link. It's in the description. Use that shit. Shout out Fanatics. They're good folks. So Fanatics, though, they put on Fanatics Fest, where they get together all these superstars, celebrities, mostly sports based, obviously, and you go get autographs, legends. You walk through the WWE tunnel, which we got a bunch of clips of that. John Cena was there, Punk was there, Tom Brady was there. You have so many people there, and John Alba was there, and he was using a chair, and he was whacking Logan Paul. They have the whack a Logan Paul thing, which is fucking ingenious, right? And let's compare his whack to some other whacks. Okay, we have a few people who pulled up to whack Logan Paul there in this sicko and wacko segment. And so let's take a look at John Alba here taking a whack at old LP. One more time. Rocked him. He got like an 80. A 78, I think, was his total score there when it went down there. A 78. Husey would say, I beat my meat harder, allegedly. Finally getting to hit Logan Paul with a chair shot. So here's Denise Salcedo. Let's look how John Alba ranked compared to Denise Salcedo. What was her score? Like a 40? Okay. So Alba's as strong as 2 Salcedos. It's proven. That's science right there, guys. We saw it. Oh my god. Just jokes, guys. Now let's see how Stitch does. Okay, compared to Salcedo and Alba. Let's see. Damn, Salcedo hit that thing harder than fucking Stitch, bro. That's crazy. So here we go. The WWE Temu Battle Royal also went down. Okay, so let's take a look at some pro wrestling cosplay. And again, man, I'm not trying to hate on AEW or anything, but like, guys, start looking at this sort of shit. Like, think about it. In 2019, Tony Khan could have been like, we're gonna get down with Fanatic. Like, he could have been ahead of the curve and trying to integrate AEW into all this shit first, you know. And instead, man, especially with the sports-based aspect of their show, you know, and instead they just let WWE like beat them to the fucking punch of what they were ahead of, or like in the first place, you know. Drives you insane, because especially with Tony, everybody's, oh, he's a football guy, and he, you know, and soccer guy, and the Jaguars and everything. And even Dave Meltzer was like, Tony Khan's a baseball guy. And I don't even know what that means. He's a baseball guy. Like he likes baseball, or he played baseball growing up, or he owns a team that we don't know about. What does he mean he's a baseball guy? So, or did he do stats or whatever for a baseball team? It's number ball. What's that movie called? Moneyball. It's Moneyball, Leo. It was based on Tony Khan. So there's Cena. Here's a Cena. That's fucking Braun Cena there. Here's Hulk Hogan. More like Sulk Hogan. The camera guy's drinking a Modelo. Yeah, for sure, dude. Oh, this is at Brooklyn Comic Con. This isn't even at Fanatics Fest. So shout out Brooklyn Comic Con. Stone old Steve Austin there. Okay, here's Wei J. Lee. Oh my God. Who said that? Me? I'm so sorry. Jeff Hardy. Or sorry, that's the Young Bucks gimmick. And Wei Uso. So nice. I used it twice. Oh shit. I'm a comic. It's mine now. Okay, so Elbu had this to say about the John Cena pipe bomb that went down. The pipe bomb promo that we are going to actually get into on this show. We are going to listen to that pipe bomb promo in all its glory. But Elbu says the 3 names John Cena dropped last night, which, by the way, he stole this from Raj Giri, but now fucking dumb fucks are running with this. Okay? These last night were cover names for his actual subliminals. His subliminals, bro, it's NOS or some shit. No, motherfucker, no. The Nick Nemeth, Matt Cardona, and Claudio Castagnoli are 3 guys that Cena was accused of fucking burying that aren't in the company, that are in 3 other different companies right now, that are doing their own things and have names for themselves to some degree. 3 specific people that he was accused of burying. You know, what was he going to say? Wade Barrett? Wade Barrett's sitting right there. You know, call him by his real name, Stu Bennett or whatever. Like, what is he going to say? He did this. It's not, I can't believe they tried to make this about AEW. You know, like, what are the odds Cena even knows who fucking Matt and Nick Jackson are? Jesus Christ. I'm sure he does. But, like, come on, man. The 3 names John Cena dropped last night were subliminals. Like, it's fucking Drake and Kendrick, bro. Get out of here. Nick Nemeth, Nick Jackson. Matt Cardona, Matt Jackson. Claudio Castagnoli, CC. Colt Cabana. Oh my God, dude. Or is it like, are you just so far up your own ass? You know, like, fucking Mark! That's bananas, bro. And he stole that from Raj, which it's funny. Okay, that's a cool coincidence. Are you going to start pointing? Are you going to fold a dollar bill next and show me the Twin Towers? Oh, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to fucking... Oh my God. Point a laser across a lake and be like, see, the world's flat, man. Like, what are you gonna fucking... It's so crazy, dude. Like, come on, man. It ain't all about AEW. It ain't about you guys all the time, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our fucking hilarious sicko segment. Okay, so let me check in with chat and we will get I hope you guys enjoyed that. We got a lot of, we're gonna get into WWE news because there was a lot of that Fanatics Fest stuff to get into, and I'm just warming up. That's just the intro to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's check in with chat here. So Ziggly mustache for $27.99. Wow. Hey Phil, do you think Meltzy will block me? Yes. Absolutely. Next. No. If I reply to a tweet with Andre 3000 flute album from a couple years ago, bro, that would be hilarious. It would be such a deep cut though. I don't think he'd get it. He doesn't study the business. He'd be like, oh my, it's one of those guys. Andre 30,000. Andre 30,000. Right? Cuervo. Might actually calm him down if Brian is the snake charmer. Shout out the PWT universe. Yeah. Well, I'll give you a fucking yeah. How about that? An official one. And thank you so much for your support, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think he'd get it, but yeah, someone should play him some of that shit. Is Andre 3000 flute album, is that stuff banging though? Like I ain't heard the whole thing, but I've heard little thises and that's. And Outkast is one of like the greatest groups of all fucking time. Andre 30,000 with Cuervo in the front row. They're just pretending to be popular. No, yeah, if you put the flute emoji, though, I think that's asking for it, you know? So let's check in. Think it's related to the movie 300. Hey, yeah, oh. Hey, yeah. We know Tony's your daddy. Hey, yeah. Oh shit, I've never seen Moxley sell for more than 2 seconds. Who's more demented, Meltzer or Elbu? Dave, because he's older, you know, he's just got more under his belt, you know. No hablo inglés. Okay. Relevos is Mexican team wrestling. Yeah, and then what's the one that's like for 4-way? They have different names, but it's not. You can just look it up. Just type in, do they call it tag wrestling in Mexico or whatever? I'm sure the answer will tell you. I forget what it's called. It's called like pair fight or pair. I love pairs. You guys remember? Pair battles or team battle. Like fucking Super Smash Brothers. Brother, Super Smash dudes, dude. No evil Uno. Okay, are you guys ready for some WWE news? You guys fucking ready for it? So Nikki Bella addresses saying Stephanie Vaquer's name incorrectly, and Vaquer appeared on their podcast, and Vaquer said, yeah, you guys paved the way for women, and da-da-da-da-da. And I try to point out to people, like, I've said it so many times on the show, guys, if you walked in the NXT, they should make this one of those TikTok videos where Shawn Michaels goes into the NXT women's locker room, or maybe not in the locker room, but like wherever they shoot their videos and stuff, and go, did you watch Total Bellas or Total Divas? And I'm willing to bet almost all of them said yes, or will say yes if they were to do that. Not said yes, because that would imply we did it. I'm actually really cold. I think I need to put a sweater on or something. Anyways, so Brie and Nikki Bella's podcast, yeah, so she cops to like saying the name wrong, and Vaquer, of course, was there complimenting Nikki and Brie. And Brie's 100% gonna be back in the Fed. You heard it here first, folks.
She is a dynamic force in the wrestling world, a 2-time NXT champion, and a Slammy Award winner, known for her incredible athleticism, charisma, and groundbreaking presence in WWE's women's division. She was born and raised in Chile.
And then chat saying they weren't good wrestlers. Yeah, so from the physical standpoint, I'll say this. When Nikki started dating Cena, and when Brie started dating and married Brian, they really stepped their game up. And I think when they really started clicking with it, they're already past their you know, so they're going to come back. Hopefully they can apply what, you know, hopefully they've gotten better. Hopefully they're just applying, like, in hindsight, oh, I understand the psychology maybe a little bit, who knows, but this is going to give a lot of other girls like Stephanie the rub. Stephanie's going to go over on Nikki Bella or something, you know. Nikki Bella is going to come have a bit of a run, maybe even grab a title, but she's going to put some people over, and Bree's going to come in and do the same. And I would love if they got those tag titles and defended them, maybe even fought the Iconics in a crossover or whatever. And by the way, Bree at Evolution 2 is my prediction if I had to fucking take a guess. I'm an idiot though. But yeah, I would just love if they grabbed the tag belts and maybe establish that a bit. Again, me and Husey were DMing about that today, about how the fucking tag division's all of them in WWE are just like, what are they doing? Maybe NXT's a bit better, but they use it to develop guys more, especially with Fraxium out of the way. It's a little less spotlight on it, you know? Anyway, sorry, let's get through this video.
So now I know, I already have chills. I know everyone already knows who I'm talking about. And she is literally making waves around the world. So please welcome to our show, the fierce, okay, Brie, you have to let me know if I say this right, and she will too, Stephanie Vaquer.
Can I just say something to you?
Yeah.
Before I ask her something, how did you mess up her last name on live television? You're half Mexican.
No, I try to add a little spice. And one, we have her here right now.
Oh, I know we do. And I'm going to ask her feelings on you not saying her last name correctly. Can you just say it one more time so we all know, you know?
Right. Hi, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hello. Good. Okay, so I need to say your last name because this went viral. And I had stopped you in the hallway just because I wanted to say it with a Latin presence. I wanted to give it that spice. And then with nerves and then hearing, I kept asking like the writers, commentators, wait, how do I say it again? Because I don't want to get this wrong. And then I go out there and I try to say it with a little spice. And
a little spice. You hit it with that fucking old white lady spice.
I should have.
You hit it with that scary spice, bro. We didn't know what the fuck you were doing.
I guess just said Vaquer. But can you say it how you say it?
Yeah.
Do you say your but that's
Vaquer.
Wait.
Well, she rolls.
Yeah, really good.
Vaquer.
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 Okay, so but I had that in my head, and then I'm listening to then how like the commentators say it and the writers, and it's kind of crazy how viral it went, right?
Yeah, it's I know it's difficult to say the R.
Yeah.
Vaquer.
Vaquer.
No, you say it good.
Yeah, Vaquer.
There you
so
go.
It was just nerves that hit.
Nerves will do that sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. You give him too much flack for being on live TV. She botched her name. How dare ya? Think about how like mentally ill you have to be to even let that be a problem in your life. You know, Hikuleo did another dark match before SmackDown. There's his entrance, man. Can't tell if his theme slaps, his Tron is whatever, but yeah, that gear and his presence, he looks awesome. I can't wait to see more of Hikuleo. No. Just completely butcher it. Juan Tenta for 10 says, Tony, I am your neighbor. Lend me some. Oh, come on, Juan. I have to say, lend me some booger sugar. Juan, that's not very fair.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Just because your daddy was inducted in the Hall of Fame, that's not very fair to say about my boss. I mean, the man who let me set up StarCat. I can't keep that on the screen too long. Brother, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. I don't believe he does that, though. I just think he likes espresso. God damn it. Zuffa Boxing is the name of the TKO group's new boxing venture. So some people are like, is it going to be called UFC Boxing? But yeah, just Zuffa Boxing, which is weird because Zuffa was the original company that owned UFC. Not the original, but like the original under like Dana White's. That was like him and the Fertitas and stuff. And then they sold it, you know. So Zuffa Boxing is the name of the thing. And I think Zuffa's Latin for like fighting or something like that. Warrior or something like that. But Yeah, there you go. So a way better name, and TKO taking on another venture. Speaking of TKO, Nick Khan says he and Triple H make mistakes in business every day, and he was on What's Your Story with Stephanie McMahon, and we have a bunch of quotables from him here. So he says, Triple H and I, we make mistakes in business every day. The good thing is we have one another. We can say, hey, anybody who's a human makes mistakes every day. What do you think? I don't think that was the move. Maybe we can think of it the other way. Let's try that. There you go. Here's the first look at Abyss, right? 2K25. I mark out for that. It's going to be awesome. Gail Kim was reportedly backstage at this week's WWE NXT. Officials have reportedly been interested in bringing Kim back into the company since she was fired by TNA. However, she currently isn't signed with the company. Yeah, and she missed that NWA show, unfortunately. Hopefully she lands a gig with either or, and she should be there coaching these women. That's a coach on that LFG show. Gail Kim, bring her back. That'd be fucking awesome, man. Way better than Michelle McCool. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Stephanie McMahon says Solo Sikoa is Rikishi's favorite kid. So she tells a story. Solo was like Rikishi's favorite, according to the twins, like the Usos. They would come. They weren't allowed in his room, right? But Solo would be sitting on the bed right next to him watching TV. And Rikishi would be like, go get me a sandwich. And they would come back with the sandwich and one for Solo, too. That's why he's an entitled little motherfucker. It works for his character, dude. WWE files to trademark WWE Late Night, hosted by Phil Marks. That'd be fucking amazing, wouldn't it be? But yeah, WWE Late Night. Who knows what that is? Yeah, we're bringing HLA back. My name's Mince Vic Man. Yeah. I'm 33. And I'm gonna bring back UFC New York. UFC. God damn it, I botched it. WWF New York. We were just talking about UFC and Zuffa and all that shit. WWF New York. Stacy Keebler is gonna do a strip tease. I botched it with the UFC part. Okay, so coming in October, and I think this is like an independent film made about the Crow, if I'm not mistaken, and Mickey James is in it. Mickey James Aldis, coming in October, dude. Wet Pictures, Days of Sodom, and it's like a crow emoji she has, and I think this is like one of those crowd-funded indie films about the Crow. So shout out Mickey James. And like, dude, this new Crow movie that came out, talk about a pile of crow, right? Right, guys? Who's with me? Right, fellas? But yeah, it looked like shit, and I refused to watch it because the original with Brandon Lee's so goddamn good. But yeah, here's like a fan-made one, and I think Mickey James is maybe like the lead lady in it. There she is right there. Reporter Lois Lane, Mickey James there. I mean, this looks better than that new movie they made. So there you go. Dose. Look, starring Evil Dose. No. Nick Khan has only admiration for Vince McMahon's business accomplishments. And Nick Khan says, so all credit to him for his business accomplishments. I only have admiration for him. As Triple H said at his Hall of Fame speech, family's complicated. And, obviously we don't need to get into any of that. But in terms of business, that guy's an empire builder, which is true. So Goldberg says it will be an honor to step in the ring with Gunther for his retirement match. And he says, I remember meeting him years ago, right when he broke in, and the guy had a shooting star up his ass at that point, and I knew he was going to be destined for big things. And hey, it's an honor for me to get in the ring with him. It's an honor to step into a position to be vying for the World Heavyweight Championship at 58 years old. I don't know of any other ones who've retired with a match like that. Does anyone else? Am I the only one who's going to point this out? Do I have to be the guy? So, Gunther's like the Austrian Ringkampf before he came to WWE, and he's like the Ring General, and they do like the the stance with the Imperium and all that, and then Goldberg is like, you know, this massive powerhouse Jewish pro wrestling guy who's coming back to I don't know, am I only me? Okay, all right. Anyways, moving along. So Nick Khan talked to Stephanie McMahon some more. Here's a clip. We'll play a clip for this one. And it's just Nick Khan taking responsibility for when anything goes wrong. It's my bad. Here we go.
Kind of, you look to me.
What's the volume? Oh my, everything's turned down. I wonder why.
And you do.
Oh, thank you. It's kind of, you look to me, if, like you just said, if we fail at something, it's 100% my responsibility. If we succeed at something, it's everyone else's success. That's just the way I like to do it. And that's how I feel inside. So what I tell our executives is, if you have a problem and you bring it to me, it becomes our problem, where we're either going to fix it or I'm going to fail at fixing it. But if you have a problem and you don't bring it to me,
you can't help.
You better fucking fix it on your own, or there's going to be a real problem for you, you know, in terms of your tenure here.
Yep.
And I've
so just everyone taking accountability.
Found that encourages people to come to you and say, I messed something up. Here's what happened, or I don't know what to do. That's fine.
You're very clear and direct in your messaging. And
Stephanie's really clear and directly fucking good in this role, you know, doing her pods and shit like that. I really enjoy that. So this happened on SmackDown. Piper just decided, fuck Charlotte and her career. We're just like, the fuck was that, you know? Now, what I think happened, this is Phil Marks fantasy book marksing it here. I think Piper knew, okay, she's going to be bridging up for the figure eight, so I need to get more height on this thing. Like, I need to make sure I'm not just doing like like 2 feet off the ground. I need to make sure I get up so I don't like kick her or don't make it over her or whatever, you know? And then I think just in doing that, she turned to the side, not realizing how up she would have gotten. And then Charlotte they all just came down weird. That's me giving everyone the benefit of the doubt involved. But because look, like normally she wouldn't go this high when she does like her running senton, you know? But it was weird how she like went to the side. And I feel like it was her just being worried about, I need my legs to clear her bridge. She like high jumped it sort of. But she just did it goofily. You guys know what I mean? Like she had to, like the way she goes to the side to me is like, my legs have to clear that bridge. I can't, she's so high up. How do I senton her? But then it's like, in that case, just call a fucking audible, you know, just stomp her and then senton her, or just call something new in the ring. Cause it just didn't turn out well. And the way her ankle bends is the real, like, if you guys can see that, how Charlotte's, look at that right there. Ugh, that just, look at that. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, so. And her knee's already fucked as well. And then she gives her the gentle stomp. Because she's supposed to, the super gentle, like, doesn't even touch her stomp. Fuck, man. I don't mean to laugh. I hope Charlotte's okay. I really fucking do. So Elena Black exposes WWE for ghosting her after gaslighting her at a creative meeting. Okay, so Elena Black had a lot to say. She says, I think it was like 2 weeks before I had texted Mandy and I was like, hey, I think I'm getting fired. I need to have some advice or whatever. And she was like, girl, whatever happens, you're going to be fine. Immediately, she got all the resources for me and the advice. She's literally so helpful. She's been not only like a wrestling mother to me, but like a business and management type mother to me. 2 days prior to my release, I'd went in and had a meeting with said person. I'd given so many ideas. I'd set aside my personal feelings for this person and given, do you guys see? She's setting aside personal feelings. Like, she had problems with people in the back. That's really all it is, you know? It stems from other shit as well. But anyways, why have me give you all these ideas? You asked me to come in for this meeting, typing in all these ideas. Like, these are great. There are things that I didn't get to, but at the same time, well, they had you come in and pitch, and then they realized, well, we're fucking, and then not realize, like, somebody made it clear, like, we're doing cuts, and those they do come out of nowhere, especially from the budget side. They're like, well, we're gonna save this much. Like, can we save this much off the roster or whatever? Like, who knows how those things even get approached? So. But at the same time, yeah, it is shitty. She pitched a bunch of shit, then they just stole all of her ideas, likely. Because that's another thing that WWE will do and any Fed would do. Hey, pitch all of this shit, and then when you go, like, if there's anything good in there, we know whether or not to cut you, whatever. Then, like, we know what you're probably going to do or what ideas you'll pitch elsewhere or whatever, you know? And just, like, lift their last-minute shit before they get out of there. Give it to someone else, you know? Anyways, though, we have more of Nick Khan with Stephanie McMahon.
Steph, I promise you this. I've never once searched my name. Steph, I promise you this. I've never once searched my name.
Oh, what's wrong with that? Well, actually, nothing's wrong with that, Tony Khan. Oh, why are they talking shit about us, Dave? Well, 5 stars.
On X, on any social media platform, on Google. If it says something positive, it has no relevancy to me. If it says something negative, it has no relevancy to me. And it's something I love hearing that Paul says that to you. I know he believes that. And it's something we encourage our creative team and writers, like, don't program for that.
Yeah.
Program for the universe, not for a small portion of the universe who wants to criticize you.
And this is the thing, right? Everyone's like, you have people freaking out. JD's like, how does he say this when they listen to us, the IWC? No, dude, the universe is what he just said. So when they went in the buildings and they're chanting, we want truth. Well, they all read the internet. They must read the dirt sheets. No, they don't read the fucking sheets, bro. It's like our truth getting released. WWE's making mainstream headlines. This shit's in TMZ now. This shit is when you turn Snapchat on, you see John Cena's face. This shit is when you go on Instagram, TMZ's like, our truth released from WWE or whatever the fuck. You guys know what I mean? Like, that's why it reached beyond that. Now, who were the reporters? Well, it was the sheets who reported on it. Good for them. Great. Awesome. People break stories all the time, all over the place, right? So that's okay. Kudos to them for breaking a story about wrestling. That's their fucking jobs, you know? So, like, what does everyone want a pat on the back for, right? But Nick Khan, I saw people being like, how could he say that when we directly fucking listening to the IWC? No, it wasn't listening to sickos, bro, and wackos. It was the IWC was melting down, and so was this thing got millions of impressions. Okay. So did that fucking TNA thing I just showed you. You know, earlier in TNA news, they did a work shoot with Ash by Elegance, got like 1.5 million views. The fuck are you talking? Like, okay, yes, they know, but it was more than that. The building started chanting it. It means it transcended that shit. Okay? God damn it.
That doesn't
We're just conflating the IWC.
matter. Move on. Put on a good product. The money.
But yes, they do listen to the IWC. He is capping, but it's just like, at the same time, he's right. You can't just fold for the vocal minority ever, is pretty much more of the point he's trying to make. But they are keeping their eyes on socials and everything. That's just what any good business would do. It's what any good entertainment or entertainer should do, is try and keep their finger on the pulse, you know, or else what are you doing it for?
You'll be there.
Are you going to get across to people, your entertainment to people, if the people can't see themselves in it to some degree, or something that they, you know, wish or dream of or fantasize about, or can, you know, so many different things, but
fans will be there. The results will be there. Steph, I promise.
But yeah, he just said it, like the universe, like when they're chanting it at the shows and shit. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we fucked up, you know? Liv Morgan is expected to miss up to 6 months of action for her injury. We talked about it before. I hope she didn't get a Johnny Walker type thing. She'll be back. You could see the pain on her face too, especially during the commercial when the doctors are trying to put it in. Like, she had that fucking look on her face like, yeah, I'm cooked here. Like this one really hurts, you know, because we've seen her eat like busted noses and fucking, you know, face plant, and we've seen Liv. She's a tough chick, you know. But this was bad, you know, and looks uncomfortable. And I just really hope she gets a speedy recovery. And I hope they just milk her return for real. Don't even rush it. Just make sure that shit's strong. Get some fucking stem cells or whatever you got to do. And yeah, I hope she's okay after her surgery and all that. Here is more Nick Khan and Stephanie McMahon. They're talking about Vince McMahon's horrific childhood.
My dad tells the story that he was oftentimes beaten by various boyfriends, etc. That hit, were with his mom. He grew up in a trailer park, and he would always stand up for his mom, and he would take these beatings. And one time he tells the story that he was beaten with a lead pipe and left in a ditch to die. But his mindset was, if he could survive, he won. So just surviving was winning and still is winning for him today. And I don't know how you can ever beat someone at the end of the day if all they need to do is survive to win.
The first time
See, that's the thing, right? And that's why Vince was able to overcome. I said this so early on in PWT, and I don't really say this much anymore, but I want to see Tony put on his back foot. And we're seeing it now. He's on his back foot, man. And he's starting to tell these lies, and people are calling him out and shit. But let's face it, they did pop a good rating for them in the last however long. I mean, they're focusing more on the storytelling and the vignettes and the da-da-da-da-da. He's on his back foot. It's starting to happen. And I always said, we need to see Tony fight out of a corner, bro, or AEW's never going to be great. We need to make AEW great again. It's funny. I said that in Discord, and then the next day I see motherfuckers tweeting that same shit out. It was like, come on now. But so I just dropped it. I was like, I ain't saying that. But yeah, it's like we need to see Tony fight. Like, he never really had to fight. There was a point where Vince and WWE could have went out of business, you know? Tony's never got to worry about AEW ever having to go out of business. But it would be fucking egg on the face and on the head if Collision got canceled and then Dynamite got moved or so. Like, that would be the shame for him. He doesn't want to see that happen. And I don't know. I'm not a dirt sheet. I'm a dumb fuck. This is all made up, right? But allegedly, fucking, like, there's like some humiliation going into this fucking All-In show, just knowing that
allegedly,
they've had to pad the house so much, that there's some morale about that. Like, fuck, it's going to look like shit on TV. But I just saw that they passed like 18,000. But you notice, like, leading up to the event, it's just more and more tickets. Now, that's the same with every show and walk-ups and all that. But I don't know, man. It just seems like a lot. And this is distributed, by the way. There's like 18,000. They're nearing that distributed, like 17.9K or something like that. And it just seems like out of nowhere, tons are just moving now. So I don't know. Did they lower the prices, chat? And I don't know about it. Let your boy Phil know. Anyways, what's your story, Steph? No. Here's, Steph McMahon and Nick Khan. Let's hear some more what they got to say.
I ever read that he had done an interview in the late 90s with a publication that had great interviews. And he
Playboy.
talked, yes,
Yeah.
He talked about that.
Yeah.
He talked about abuse he had suffered at the hands of one of his parents,
Of
not
his mother.
father. Yes.
Yeah.
To recover, to move on, to go from trailer park to, all of
Billionaire.
the success.
Yeah.
There's not many people
And
who can say
created
that. An empire,
a
a universe.
yes, absolutely.
Correct. A
Yeah.
universe. So all
It's the American dream, pal.
credit to him. I only have admiration for him. As Paul said, Triple H said at his Hall of Fame speech, family's complicated. And, obviously we don't need to get into any of that.
Yeah, we're not going any
No,
deeper
no.
on that, but
in
yes,
terms of business, that guy's an empire builder.
absolutely he is.
Nothing but
And no one
respect.
can take that away from him,
Nobody.
no matter what, including
What, you can't take a young paralegal on a plane, allegedly? I thought this was America, pal. And give her a kitten? I was just handing out kittens to my friends. Yeah.
himself. who is probably his biggest nemesis is himself.
I thought we weren't getting into that.
We're not.
Yeah, and some people were mad, like, oh, why they should get into it. It's like, no, they fucking shouldn't. It's called What's Your Story? You know, they're talking about business and shit. What the fuck? Ugh. It's nuts, man. So breaking, Noam Dar has had to relinquish the NXT Heritage Cup Championship due to injury, per announcement from NXT General Manager Ava. And Channing Stacks Lorenzo will now face an opponent to be named. Let's hope it's like a AAA Mystery Guana. Oh, place would fucking erupt. Let's hope it's something like that. An opponent to be named to determine the new champion on this coming Tuesday's NXT. And fucking Noam Dar just came back, is hurt again. Very unfortunate. I hope he gets a speedy recovery as well, because he's money, man. And fuck, I wanted to see Metaphor on the main roster. So Piper Niven, this just popped me so fucking hard, man. And it went pretty viral. So WWE is now one thing, I'm going to criticize WWE here for something. This is what UFC did on their YouTube. They started putting Power Slap on their YouTube, and everyone's like, fuck out of here. And it gets like 4,000 views. And they're just like, this is shit. This is garbage. No one gives a fuck. So WWE, man, I've seen them hosting like a pro bull riding event on WWE YouTube, and you'll have like 200 people watching it. Okay. They're promoting this. Now, I'm okay with them posting like UFC tickets are on sale and that crossover shit. I'm all good with that. But when they start they did like a Canelo Alvarez TKO boxing. It's not called TKO boxing. It's called Zuffa boxing or whatever. They did like the Crawford, whatever, presser on there. And 400 people were watching it or something. And it's abysmal. Don't do that. Just make a fucking YouTube for your boxing shit. Who cares if 100,000 people are watching it? Like, what do you guys want it? You think that more people, the 100 billion people or whatever you have fucking subscribed to your YouTube, don't do that, man. It pisses people off. They're not going to like it. And it's not really going to get over. But when they post stuff like this, buy the UFC 316 shirt or just buy tickets, that's cool. I mean, that's whatever. I don't give a fuck. But just as far as the YouTube's concerned, don't do boxing, whatever. Do a community post saying, hey, go over to our other channel and here's the press conference. It's live in an hour or whatever the fuck. Do that on WWE's YouTube, but don't start putting like bull riding events on there. No one wants that. UFC did that with Power Slap, and it just pissed people off and made them hate Power Slap even fucking more. So you got to trust me on that. But when it comes to like, hey, buy tickets, good. I hope we get more WWE fans that are UFC fans and more UFC fans that are WWE fans and shit by doing this, right? Because I'd like to see WWE promo on UFC stuff as well. I love when it happens. So anyways, but WWE posts this. And so back in the day, let's say like MMA posted a WWE thing. What would people say about pro wrestling? It's fake and gay. Right? So Piper Niven just quote tweets this and fake and gay about MMA. God damn, this popped me so hard at the time. I fucking died. I was like, yes, that is so good. And showed her. I hope she didn't legit like get heat for that and everyone can take a joke. I know people on the UFC more than likely can. And hopefully WWE can, especially with them trying to dabble in all like the roast comedian sphere and all that, right? You got to take a fake and gay joke from time to time, okay? And shout out Piper Niven. That fucking popped me so hard. So The Undertaker names the women who deserve more credit for the evolution of women's wrestling. Can you guys guess the first name he says? Michelle McCool, Natalia, Melina, and Beth Phoenix. So I agree with Natalia. I agree with Beth Phoenix. Melina... Maybe even Melina a little bit. Well, I don't know. That was just like in his era, though. You know, like of world heavyweight Batista, JBL, all that shit. That was in his era of SmackDown. There is what I meant to say, rather like Deadman era of SmackDown. So maybe But Michelle McCool, I don't know about all that. She is like one of the longest reigning, or she's like the last ever. What's her accolade again? She's the first ever Divas champion, right? So, I mean, okay, maybe that you could argue that puts it in the history books, but that was sort of WWE saying, okay, we're getting away from good wrestlers again and just leaning more into like the sexy chicks. We're divas, you know? And then, unfortunately for WWE, or fortunately for fans, actually, you know, the AJ Lees and the Natalias and shit crept through. So, I don't know, man. I like Lay Cool, but I always put them over every time I bring up. Like, Lay Cool deserved to get some shine. And again, Michelle McCool's talking about, I'll come back at Evolution. Lay Cool versus the fucking Bellas for the tag titles, man. Do it. Like, fuck it, you know? Will it be the best wrestling? I don't know, but will it fucking spark a little bit in that women's tag division and put some prestige on those belts? Just the name, the brand value of having the fucking Bellas, like, yeah, do it. If you're just going to have them as Liv and Raquel just carry them around to their singles matches, then fucking why not do that, you know? Anyways, moving along here. We have Triple H meeting LeBron James. We haven't done any of the Fan Fest stuff in the WWE news yet, have we? No, we're going to keep going. So Goldberg says he has been remorseful. Better watch my words here. He has been remorseful ever since he caused Bret Hart's retirement. I kicked Bret Hart in the head on accident 100 years ago, and I've been remorseful ever since. I was young in the business. People make mistakes, right? And people have to understand that. True. So WWE has reportedly discussed adding more people to Seth Rollins' group down the line. Ethan Page and Ricky Saints were both pitched internally. Triple H listens to PWT. Confirmed.
Allegedly.
Those are the guys I'd put in it. So more Stephanie and actually, no, we listened to that clip about Vince being abused there. So Nick Khan says WWE encourages their creative team and writers not to focus on social media critics. We covered that as well. We listened to that clip. So speaking of Undertaker and Michelle McCool on Shaq Wrestling, they gave a joint interview because they just do everything together now. And Undertaker confirms he's in talks with WWE about possibly joining creative. Now, if you folks remember, Husey said this on PWT before any dirt sheet broke this as news, or or he DM'd it to me and I read it or whatever the fuck. But yeah, Conan was the one who got that out there, and Undertaker since confirmed
Allegedly.
it. So, again, man, you got to tune into PWT. So here's Undertaker, Michelle McCool talking about possibly being on the creative team, which, hey, man, if Undertaker's somewhat responsible for these better Raws and SmackDowns, like the rumor is, then fucking I'm here for it, Eric.
We have discussed it.
I'm here for it, Booger Red.
We're trying to figure out a way
we're trying to figure out a way that my wife can also be on the creative team, or else I'm not going to fucking do it. No, I roast him for that, and it is a bit I do, but I wholeheartedly respect that and understand it now that we know about his heart thing. I would just want my wife with me all the time too, if it were possible. He doesn't have to say yes to shit. He's got all the money in the world. I totally get it now. It's like, oh, that's why, because he's the dog of the fucking locker room, man. I'm sure he's a guy who's been the one to bring up to guys, quit bringing your girlfriend in the fucking locker. I'm sure he's that guy who's been like, tell your shithead friends they can't be in our fucking locker room. I promise you, Undertaker's been that guy. So he gets it. And it's not like Michelle didn't earn a fucking spot in that locker room, right? I don't want to undermine her career accomplishments either. But I totally get it now that we know about the heart thing. If I was him, it's like, yeah, I have millions of dollars in the bank. I don't need to do shit. Hey, I'll come in creative and put on a great fucking show for you guys and go, hey, look, everybody's hyping me up and talk. You know what I mean? It just levies his negotiating power in his favor. For him to go, yeah, my wife's got to fucking be there too. And if I was him, I would just want they're best friends, I already want my wife around me all the fucking time personally, so that's just me. I know some people are like, oh, I can't wait to tell my wife. Like, I don't got a relationship like that. I fucking love hanging out with my wife and shit, like Undertaker. But if I had to constantly everything I did though, and especially work too, there comes a time where a man's like, I need my space, I gotta lock in, right? And it can get ugly out there. So I get it. But yeah, if you have heart shit, it makes so much sense now why he's doing it, and it might not be like the fan favorite move, but okay, I get it.
Well, to answer your question, yes. But it has to be able, I have to figure it out. I have to work out my schedule. And because it's a really large ask to be part of the creative team. And if I can't commit to it 100%, then I don't want to do it. I don't want to be more of a distraction than I can be of an asset. So the one thing doing LFG, it has kind of sparked that creativity that I've kind of put on the shelf since I retired. Yeah, if we can figure out where I can be most effective, and a way that it works.
The one time Husey wasn't capping, Wraith, no, he fucking literally called on this show that whole elimination chamber shit with Rhea. There's going to be a triple threat on the Raw after Chamber, and the title's going to switch. He fucking said all that like a month before any of that was even put in fucking motion on TV. It was crazy. That was the craziest call ever that he made, was that one. And I'll stand on that one. But he also was talking about all these fucking releases and shit, a bunch of these. We named Sonya Deville. We brought up these names and shit. Braun Strowman. We talked about them a billion times. Tired of it. I'm tired of talking about Truth already. He's back on the show. Let's fucking go. He's still in the same position too. So everyone got what they wanted, but now you can't complain if he's just still like a glorified jobber. Y'all can't complain about it. You got his job back,
With
this is what you wanted. Book the exact same, just not a comedy act. Now he's serious, but he's still kind of funny because when Aleister Black was like Ron and then Truth is like Black. I don't know. That popped me.
My life here and, my other commitments, then, I would definitely.
We get it, Taker, and God bless you, and just do what you need to do, brother. For real. So Stephanie Vaquer gives thanks to the Bella twins, saying, you two did a lot for the women's division. So for me, it's important, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Now we can stay here. And for me, it's important to now do something for the next generation and the women's division to go up more and more. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude. And say what you will, Nikki Bella gave her back, dude, for the biz, like she did that fucking torture rack move, the rack attack, and it like fucked her neck and her back up and everything. And then she had to adjust it to the rack attack 2.0, where it was like what's that move called? Like a TKO cutter or whatever, right? Where you do like the fireman's carry, but then you spin them into the cutter. I think like Test used to do that shit. Anyways, though, here's the clip of Cena and Aldis arguing, and WWE posted it, but it's without the music and the commentary talking over them, and this shit was just so hilarious.
I'm a champion. What are you doing to me out there? You're making me look garbage. Watching anyone just walk down there and from behind. You're pathetic. I'm a champion, damn it.
It's so much funnier without the commentary talking over it.
What are you doing to me out there? You're making me look garbage. Watching anyone just walk down there and from behind. You're pathetic. I'm a champion, damn it. I'm a champion.
I fucking love it. Cena's doing some of the best work of his whole fucking career, and people are trying to be bitter. It's pretty funny. So Michelle McCool expresses interest in WWE at Evolution. She says, I always say I'm just one phone call away. I've been in the ring a little bit, feel pretty good. If they ask, I'll be there. In fact, I would love a Lay Cool reunion. I think Layla's finally kind of getting back in the scene. But look, I'm always down to fight. I'm always ready. I've not been called, but I would love to do anything that they ask me to do. Yeah, man. Just do them versus the Bellas. Not even for the titles. Just do that as like the Bellas win that one and then they get a title shot after, something like that, just do that as like an attraction. Savio Vega, speaking of attraction, reveals that he is working as a producer in WWE. Says, yeah, I'm working as an agent with the company with this project. So all this is going to be the big move with the company and them. AAA is going to become full with WWE. So let's see what's happened as we go step by step. Now, in what capacity, like as they expand into Puerto Rico more and stuff, I have no idea really what he's even specifically alluding to. So according to the Observer, I don't think nothing official has been announced yet, but WWE is reportedly no longer planning to book the 2300 arena this week before AEW starts its residency in the building. Good for them. I don't care if they do or don't do it. And good for AEW doing a fucking residency. NXT, honest to God, I'm going to be honest with you guys. they need to quit worrying about counter programming AEW and shit. I just think after this All In, just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Right? You have to Elsa that shit. Is that the right pull? I don't think I've seen either of those Frozens. That's right. That's what I'm quoting there. I haven't seen either of those films. But maybe the first one. I don't recall. But I digress. Okay. They just need to quit worrying about it, you know. But Goldberg winning the title at All In had to. Well, I mean, if you guys are into the wars, like I'm into it, but it's just getting so tiresome, like this fucking groveling you see online. And maybe I just need to tap out of the fucking sickos for a bit, and you guys just tag me and everything for my show from now on. But I got to be in there to see what's going on, right? I got to keep my finger on the pulse, dude. And, you know, I just think that after this All In, just don't even worry about counter program. If it happens naturally, let it happen naturally. If it's the smart business move, let it be this. I'm not saying don't do it at all. And if you guys enjoy the wars, I'm down. I'm down with it, but just so many people can't handle it is how I feel, right? So it's like, y'all just don't fucking do this. Spare these people's brains so they stop melting down every 2 fucking minutes about everything. But yeah, shout out NXT if they go there or don't go there. Moving along here, Goldberg gets buried by Stevie Richards. So Stevie Richards says he hasn't had a passable match. Okay. He hasn't had a passable match in years. Even the Taker match in Saudi Arabia. I mean, the best match I've seen is Goldberg were against the soda machine in the doors backstage. So that's Dr. Stevie Richards' diagnosis there. And yeah, I guess he's upset about Goldberg. I mean, yeah, he's not the best bout machine, man. He's not Kenny Omega in there, bro. We know that, but he's gonna chat's gonna be like, what the fuck? But he's gonna go do the damn thing and do the work shoot work with Gunther, and he's a mark for this MMA type shit. Undertaker is and was too. So just let him do it, man. It's the one and done. Just be glad we're seeing the one and done. Stevie, I know like people don't clamor for your one and done, and I'm not even taking a shot at you, but I love you. But you know, just don't be so upset about it is all I can really say. We all got to enjoy this because he's done. Rock's done. A lot of people were just bitching the whole time, you know. Cena's going to be done soon. Roman's done right away. Orton's done right away. A lot of people are done, man. Just enjoy this because it's like, fuck. Pretty soon there's no more of any of this stuff, and I just pray I'm with you. I hope Goldberg doesn't drop anybody on their fucking head, but we got to give it a chance. Second chance, I guess. Speaking of second chances, Natty is really taking this Natty Neidhart shit serious out there in the world. And Booker, by all means, walk your chosen one to the ring when Natty gets to Texas, as long as you're prepared to carry her back out again. And she will be taking on someone in ROW. I think they're women's champion. Let's actually take a listen to what the Boat had to say on Busted Open with Booker T as well, who was a guest on Busted Open.
Natty's in her prime. Like, you know, I think Natty right now, if you look at the chances that she's taken and what she's done in Bloodsport, what she's done in the NWA, I think, unfortunately, a lot of people are looking at Natalya as, all right, a stepping stone for my career. And who knows, maybe whoever challenges Natty and steps up to Natty is going to think the same thing at Glory.
No disrespect to Natalya, but if Natalya is coming into my backyard, I want to test her. I want to see if she still got it. I want to see if she's still that top dog. I want to see if she's still running that yard.
With all due respect, if you're saying that I can't
the dude in chat who's like an American complaining about war, I'm Canadian, bro. Right? You got to try and keep up. You sound dumb. But yeah, no, I love the wrestling wars, but these other motherfuckers, they can't handle it. Their brains are melting down. Like, we're seeing people go full retard, you know? Straight not taking Robert Downey's advice in fucking Tropic Thunder, you know what I mean? People are just like going way too nuts with this. Like, NXT decides, oh, we're not going to do that show. NXT backing down. They know what's up, AEW. AEW does like a good show in Mexico. Look, there's fucking 12 empty seats and they lied about the sellout. Okay. You know what I mean, guys? We get it, you know? And like the building was packed to the titties. Yeah, they had some empty area and they called it a sellout. Okay. Tony Khan's a carny. This is carny wrestling. Y'all know that, right? So like, okay, we know they're going to do that every time. Can we come up with something new? I try to come with the new. Okay? That's just me. I don't know.
Hang with your talent at Reality of Wrestling and that this is going to be a test for me. You have
But we need like a third person to get into this fucking, isn't it crazy we're saying this? We need like a third person to get in to this war who just their number one thing is not the money behind them or the marketability. Their number one thing is they're creative. And it like, we're all like, oh shit, but this show's fucking so good. You know, imagine someone hits us with a wrestling show where maybe there's cinematic elements to it, but they figure out the way to do it where we're all like, man, this shit is like gripping television. If someone can swoop in, you know, EC3 was kind of trying to do that with the control your narrative, but it was just cringe and it was cringy at that time. You know, that whole COVID era of wrestling was so fucking weird, dude.
Me mistaken for someone else. So if you have a chosen one that you want me to face, if you have somebody that you think is better than me, then I would like to have you personally watch me run circles around your talent. I will run circles in my 40s around your talent that's younger than me.
Work in the shoot, brother. Workity work the shoot, man. That's how you do this. That's how you get fucking heat. And so here's Natty's vignette promo. Her promo, she's getting a shot, I think, at the ROW women's title. And again, she'll put over whoever. And that's the right thing to do. Or like, okay, if Natty wins one of these belts, like if she wins the NWA belt and drops it back to Kenzie Page, like let's say Kenzie's already got a win over, she wins, Natty beats her in the rematch, and then Kenzie ultimately beats her. That's cool too, you know, but letting the ROW women's champ go over on you and shit, that is just what's best for business. You know, Natty knows that. And that's the thing too. I don't even think it's about jobbing for her. I just think it's about she has more to offer, she thinks. And hey, they're doing the Dungeon Dolls thing. And they just dropped shirts for the Dungeon Dolls. So with her and Maxine Dupree. So that's a women's tag. Hopefully they really start fleshing out these women's tags. Anyways.
Booker, do I look like the kind of woman who stands quietly in the background and says nothing? You must have me mistaken for someone else. Someone who takes all the shit. Someone pathetic. When you disrespect me, I handle it completely different than the other one. I don't tweet. I don't look nice. And I don't say that everything's fine. I walk into your house and I beat someone's ass in front of you.
Nice. So yeah, it's the same shit she did with Kenzie there, but shout out Natty, she's doing the damn thing. So apparently NXT was preempted in some markets Tuesday, but nobody reported this. So of course all the dirt sheets are like, look, Dynamite fucking destroyed NXT, blah blah blah. People are like, oh, they're looking at that MJF Mystico quarter hour. So I guess MJF and Mystico popped a good quarter hour. Good for them, but it's like no one gives a fuck, bro. That Triple H show got fucking millions of views, bro. They're not looking at that quarter hour. They don't give a shit. MJF's already a guy that WWE will scoop in a fucking minute. You know, he might have devalued himself a bit. Like he might not be able to get as much money out of them as he once did. But that's always someone they would fucking sign. And Mystico, they already had him. He was fucking Bocce Sin Cara, as MJF called him, right? So they're cool. You know, they're all good without Mystico. So anyways, though, 660K was preempted in a lot of markets, but still impressive. That's what the Mole said, though. And then this person says, what the hell? NXT was preempted tonight. And then this person says, the NXT ratings when they come out tomorrow will be either really good or suffers a drop because CW has preempted to late night in a dozen markets. But the lead in those cities is WNBA and 10 o'clock news. So, yeah, of course the dirt sheets don't go, well, like if that was AEW, Dave would be like, well, you know, Dynamite was preempted too, so it's 80 billion viewers, but it's NXT, so they're not going to go, well, it was preempted, so, which I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter, because NXT's been smacking fucking Dynamite around forever if you want to go head to head, just like Dynamite smacked NXT around in the beginning. It's like, who gives a shit? And yeah, there was like a special Grand Slam. Like, Grand Slam is like a PLE level fucking show every time is how they pitch it. Okay, so that show should do a better rating than a random NXT, guys. We're coming back out of the fucking funky unit. Like, now we maybe start going, hey, what's going on here, right? Hopefully they turn some shit around. Let's get back to 800K. I'm not mad if more people are watching wrestling. So Ronda Rousey revealed Dana White sent her to a neurological. So she shut down rumors of her ever returning to pro wrestling or MMA. She just shut it down. So Dana White sent her to a neurological study where doctors diagnosed her with issues that affected her UFC career. And she says, fortunately, I have a lot more information now of what was going on with me. I couldn't be honest without people feeling like I was making excuses. She learned her symptoms were linked to concussions, but it's also migraines. Epilepsy runs in my family. As a child, she used an Imitrix pen. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar. And lost vision with migraines and fights. Bright lights and head impacts triggered episodes. I'd get hit and I'd basically lose big chunks of my vision and my ability to track movements. Yeah, she did not like getting hit in MMA. Like, she could dish it, but and like if someone was bullying her with grappling, she always stayed poised and just looked for her submissions and shit. So it's not like she couldn't handle like someone wrestling her and that type of adversity, but you could tell when she got dinged, she did not like that shit in any fight she was ever in. It was just inevitably a decline until I'm shitting my pants. It's not good, man. Fuck. Prayers up for Ronda, and yeah, I'm just glad that she has more info, and just don't come back to anything. Don't do it. It's sort of sad that her last ever match was in like Ring of Honor under Tony Khan's. The last wrestling paycheck she ever got was no, she probably gets royalties from WWE shit in some capacity, but yeah, just retire and sign a WWE Legends deal and just fucking let them put you in video games and make a little extra scratch on the side for your kids or whatever. And just, God, I'm just glad it wasn't worse, So did you miss us? Here's Serena Serena Linton, rather, pardon me. I was thinking of Zelina de la Renta or whatever the fuck her name. Pardon me, I'm conflating there's so many names in wrestling. Serena Linton and this Brittany Murphy gal, and that's her name, right? Brittany Humphreys, Brittany Murphy. She's a fucking actress. See, too many people. I've reached my lumbar number or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Is that even what the thing's called? I forget as well, where you can only store X amount of names in your head and then you just start pooping some out to remember new ones. I'm at that number with wrestling. Fucking Elena Black, Cora J. You got Baron Corbin, Bishop Dyer, Tom Pestock. I got to remember fucking 14. And then what's Jim Cornette's nickname for him? Happy Corbin. I got to remember 7,000 names for everything. It's impossible. So Serena Linton and Humphreys, okay, I'll just call her Humphreys. They are in LFG season 2, which premieres fucking tomorrow. I didn't even know it came out. They're just cranking seasons out. They're renewed for 6, dude, and it's already out.
What?
The new LFG tomorrow. So I'm locked in. I can't wait to watch it personally, but all the like Xena Sterling's on it, that BJ guy's on it. Everybody's just rehashed, and then there's going to be a handful of new faces. Well, I don't know. To me, it's just weird. They're just bringing in all like the same people. Okay. But Mickey James can't be there. It's a little weird. Some of the people who've been there longer are obviously going to do better. And maybe there's a surprise person like, oh, I've been here a week and I'm going to just shock everybody. But it makes the show a little more predictable and it makes the stakes a little less high. But at the same time, once you're in WWE under the umbrella of or the guise of like you're signed to developmental in any capacity, like you're under the WWE umbrella, so it's not like you're eliminated from the show, get the fuck out of WWE. It's not that, you're still, they need a place for you, and the show was good enough And I'm excited actually to see more of some of these talents. You know, I think Linton was like the greenest one. The girl in the red here was like the greenest of everyone on the show. And Humphreys, I think, was the most impressive for me. But yeah, here's their little 8-second TikTok.
Hey guys, we're back. Did you miss us? Because we missed you.
So that's their announcement. They're both back on the show. Elijah Holyfield's back on the show as well. Fox News tweets out that WWE legend makes bold Blake Monroe prediction after NXT arrival. So, of course, what's his name? Tyrus. He's on Fox News, and he's just predicting stuff about Blake Monroe. So ladies and germs, let me check in with chat quickly, and then we have some hot news to get to, some more hot news. So guys, there's 300 watching across X and YouTube. Please come to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. If you're on Twitter, the link's somewhere around there. Hit subscribe, hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment, jump in chat, vote in our poll. Bunch of shit to do over here. Great community. This chat is fucking goated. If you guys watch the show on X or listen on X, come to YouTube. Our chat is like the funniest, best community, I swear. So come over and consider super chatting, consider becoming a member, consider joining my Patreon. That's how you can support the show, or just hit like gift a membership. That's a cool way too, or just come hang out and say hi. Let me check in with chat. Brat, well, how dare you call Pox News? LOL, you're a star, dude. 87 likes. So ladies and gentlemen, somebody has boots on the ground, somebody who has a comment on LFG, a legend and a future great, El Campeon, the Ocho, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Okay, Lincoln Hawk gifts 5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Hopefully Pete Rock's got one of those. You know what I'm saying, dude? We acknowledge me. Thanks so much, Lincoln, for all the goddamn support. And everyone get in Discord. Our mod of Discord is Lincoln Hawk as well, and that's where we hang out. Okay, you can unmute now. Unfortunately, Willow just renewed with AEW. Yeah, we covered that a few shows ago. Phil taking a piss. No, it's just the 87 likes. I was like, oh shit, I might as well hit the Jericho, before I do more, because I'm breezing through shit tonight, which was kind of my intention. Silver Tower gifted 5 Pro Wrestle memberships. Thank you so goddamn
for
much.
dirtbags and lily pickers.
And again, hopefully some of our fucking haters got those.
We'll rule you.
Thank you, Silver Tower. Shocho, good to see you here. And thank you for gifting those. Unless she really embraces being a heel. I'm just trying to see what chat's been saying. No problem, man. I really appreciate you, Silver Tower. Okay, Youth Gone Wild and Lincoln. You already know. Youth Gobe. Okay, where was I? I lost my spot here. Quick, hit the mute, Travis. You're always hating. Where's my gift? Looks like you got something. The Wraith. King Dingaling. Please no Jericho. Okay, let's get back to it. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, man. Sometimes I like Jericho. And Lucy, good to see you in here too. Tonight, whatever happened, we fixed all that shit. Okay, so Denisha, hit that like. Thank you. Good to see you, D, as well. Hot ass women of wrestling, Liv Morgan Hart. Yeah, dude. You go, dude. All right. You guys are goated. You guys are fucking amazing. So we have some more news to get into. Your boy John Cena cut a pipe bomb.
Are you sure about that?
And there was a conspiracy. My phone lights up. Yes. There was a conspiracy theory, right? there was a great conspiracy that John Cena was alluding to AEW and Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson. So he says Matt Cardona, Nick Nemeth, and Claudio Castagnoli, and people were like, that's CC for Colt Cabana. That's fucking Matt for Matt Jackson and Nick for Nick Jackson. When really Claudio, Zack Ryder, and Cesaro, Zack Ryder, and Dolph Ziggler are three dudes that Cena is notoriously accused of keeping down. Okay? Notoriously. The other one's Wade Barrett, but Wade fucking Barrett is on commentary. He's like sitting right there. What are they going to do? And Wade Barrett. And everyone goes, oh, okay. He's like, use his work name because they're in the Fed. You know what I mean? What is he going to do? It had nothing to do with them. This is you guys being Jim Carrey in the movie 23, okay? What are you going to pull out a Monster Energy can next and go, look, they're all sixes on here, guys. Mind control, MK Ultra, right? So here we go. We're going to listen to the pipe bomb in its entirety. I'm going to scroll it. We're going to try and not get flagged. Right. And we're going to do that by cranking the volume up. We're going to listen to it. We're not going to show it on screen. Instead, we're going to look at John Cena holding these balls. Okay. No Diddy. And we're going to get into some other. We have Fanatics and Stephanie Vaquer, but I want to play this pipe bomb promo. Let's take a listen. So what had happened was, by the way, if you didn't watch it, I'm assuming you all did, but, you know, Punk comes out after Cena attacks Truth with the title to cause a disqualification in their match, which was fucking hilarious, by the way. And then Punk comes out, crowd erupts, he gets his ass beat, and Cena puts him through a Slim Jim table, and then he steals the pipe bomb promo, shits all over Punk, shits all over everybody, and even cusses. So let's get into it. And chat, ones if you can hear this good.
Punk, as you lay there in your most uncomfortable, somebody's afraid of what I'm going to say.
So he's just stealing the pipe bomb from 2011 verbatim.
As you lay there in your most uncomfortable.
So if you guys remember, Cena was in it, was laying put through a table, and R-Truth was involved in it as well at that time. Go figure. What are the odds of that in 2025? We're talking like 15 years later almost, and you know what I mean, dude? We're fucking a decade and a half later, and it's Truth, Cena, and Punk reliving the same shit, but it's like a reverse flash moment or whatever. Amazing.
I hope you can listen. I hope you can digest. Because before I leave here in 6 months with that WWE Championship, I got to get a whole lot of stuff off my chest.
So even though he's clearing out appearances and he's like down to 17 left or 15 left, he's still saying, well, that's over the course of 6 months. And I mean, if you really think about it, 4, 8, 12, he could knock out the majority of those in 3 months if he wanted. So he's going to spread them out, which is good. He just sort of stooged a little bit of his timeline. Well, we know he's going to go the year, but they could have worked a thing where, oh, I'm out of appearances. And they could still do this, but he still works the little bit that's left, you know? But the way he's, and that's one flaw if you want to point it out with the character, the way he's like, I'm just counting down my appearances and then I'm out of here. He makes it seem like he'll just run them out sooner than later, you know, like I'm just trying to get him out as quick as I can. And that's why I'm on SmackDown and all this shit. But realistically, it's still, there's that timeline in place, you know, so he reminds us of that, which is good. 6 more months.
First things first.
World War III's trending. Yeah, we're bringing it back. 3 rings, 3 rings. Till there's 2 competitors left. 1 world championship. Saudi Arabia. Oh my God. WW3 is the name of Vince McMahon's new promotion. Yeah, we're going to Saudi. Our first show's in. Never mind. Let's listen.
I hate you. I don't even dislike you. I like you. I like you more than anyone you've ever shared a locker room with, that's for sure. I hate this idea of you. This idea that you're the best in the world. You're not. I'm the greatest of all time. You're better than me at one thing. You're the best bullshitter in the world.
Ooh. You what? Cena cussed. Cena cussed. Cena cussed. Cena
You
cussed.
what?
Oh no, kiddos. John Cena just dropped a curse word. That means the show is completely off the rails. Hey, Stu, shoot this. Hey, I'm breaking the fourth wall.
Another image that will live in infamy right there. Crazy. What a fucking smackdown this was, too. Another solid show. They've been real just picking up, going back down to 2 hours. Love it. Here, let's continue this.
The truth is, Punk, I'm jealous of you. I am jealous that you have conned these people into believing the myth that you're the best in the world. They chant for you. Hell, when you come out, they sing to you.
Look in my eyes, what do you see?
But they don't believe a goddamn word you say.
So he said bullshit and a goddamn. A goddamn.
Because you change your values as much as I change my t-shirts. You're just a loudmouth opportunist who will step on the necks of people who actually work hard if it gets you ahead. Where's another camera? Hey, Claudio Castagnoli. Hey.
But here's the thing. Can we be honest about the reaction? Hey, Claudio Castagnoli. You hear like two guys go, whoa, what? And then you hear some other people react to it. But like, is that almost like, and I'm not shitting on Claudio. I fucking love Claudio. Love him, dude. Crazy that he went to AEW and somehow he's like less. It's like worse than what he was in WWE, though. You know, in WWE, you didn't think it could get any worse. Oh my God. You know, he went to AEW and it's like, what the fuck, man? But just listen to that again, really. I just don't know if people really even caught on as much as like Cardona and Nemeth popped them. And I'm just being honest, not shitting on Claudio at all. You know?
Another camera. Hey, Claudio Castagnoli. Hey, Nick Nemeth. Hey, Matt Cardona. How you guys doing? Oh, yeah.
No, maybe I'm off on that. Maybe it's because he just licked all three names off really fast and they were just like, it got progressively like, whoa, he's going there. I'm not trying to shit on Claudio. It's just like, because that's a name where Nick Nemeth is in TNA. They're promoting his shit in crossover shows, right? What was the other one he said? Matt Cardona, I mean, he's kept his name relevant. His Major Figures pod, like everything he does, he's always known how to. Everyone knows that that's Zack Ryder. Everyone knows Matt Cardona is Zack Ryder, you know? It's just the Claudio one is like, how many people know Claudio Castagnoli? Like, that's such a deep cut, I feel like, because of the way he's been booked in AEW, too. It's not like he's featured super prominently or like has made waves the way, let's say, a Cardona has or a Nick Nemeth has, the way he put TNA on his back there when he was champ. And I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just being a fucking hater. I want Claudio. He's the one guy where I'm like, that's the dude I want to see come back to WWE for sure as well. Like, I don't care if like Lashley or fucking MVP, and I'm not hating on them. I like them in AEW right now. I don't care if we ever see like, Saraya. I'd be down if she went back to WWE. I don't care if we ever see it again. Like if she just decides she's never going to go back, I'm cool with it. Right. Jericho, if he never went back, I've accepted he may never go back, but I think we will see him back there for sure. He wants a daddy magic taste of what they got going on with this Fanatics shit. You don't think Jericho wants to be pulled up at this Fanatics shit and doing his Judas signing CDs and all that and get us? Come on, man. He's probably working on the single for the return right now with Fozzy. But Claudio's the one guy where it's like him, Rusev. I wanted to see that. Even Malachi, it's like if he never went back, I wouldn't have like cried about it, But Rusev, Claudio, those are two guys I really want to see go back to WWE. Danielson would be another one. And then who else? If Mox didn't ever, I wouldn't care. They missed that boat. Roman's about to retire. That triple threat should have been fucking Mox with Punk. I know we're off in the weeds fantasy mark booking, and I'm trying to pause it up a lot because of WWE and all that. But yeah, Claudio, man, I'm not trying to be a hater. I just want to see you back as Cesaro. I guess that's all I'm really getting at.
Still on, baby.
Here, we're going back a bit.
Actually work hard if it gets you ahead. Where's another camera? Hey, Claudio Castagnoli. Hey, Nick Nemeth. Hey, Matt Cardona. How you guys doing? Oh, yeah, we're still on, baby. He's heating up. He's on fire. And there's nobody back there that's going to cut my mic to save your ass because I'm your only friend. Remember who gave you the stage for your pipe bomb, pal. And what have you done with it since then, huh? You've just regurgitated the same 5 microphone moves of doom. You're promo potato salad, pal.
I love that he's calling him pal. I'm not your pal, buddy.
Hey, you're no longer the voice of the voiceless. You're a friggin' millionaire.
True.
Despite yourself.
And he's taking that Saudi bag, so what's up?
Punk, you're a capitalist. And you're not against TKO, dude. You are Mr. TKO. Because they knocked your balls technically off your body.
Why did he throw a technically in there? I guess TKO, technical knock, I guess. Yeah, he's just trying to do a little play on her. It's technically off your body. It's funny, man. Cena's cooking. He just cooked. He cooked so hard.
Your tweets are strong.
Punk ain't even really on Twitter. But again, he's just a callback.
Your actions are weak. And in Saudi Arabia, you're going to face some loud music when I finally prove to the world that each and every day, day in, day out, no days off for 25 years, I have been the greatest of all time.
No lies detected. No. Right when everybody's like, this Cena heel turn's been fucking boring, man. And it's like, well, they're just chilling until Money in the Bank, bro. Like after Money in the Bank, because that shit sells itself. And then you got to build to WrestleMania and all this Saudi show and all this. And they're heating up. Like you guys thought Punk and Cena were just going to phone it in. It's crazy. People have no patience, dude. And I was like, we're watching you. We're fucking watching you. And Triple H listened, dude. He was like, okay, Phil, we don't want the wrath of the PWT universe. We'll start cook. Trust me, you were right, dude. I just can't stooge it. Let's not stooge it now, right? We're just chilling, ebbs and flows. We're chilling until after Money in the Bank, right? Because they just picked this right up. I mean, come on, dude. Who's not invested in this feud again? And what Cena's doing? Come on. And then the shit I'm about to play of him at the Fanatics Fest. This man is a fucking national treasure. They're saying, thank you, Cena.
See, they know. And they know that you were the best in the world for 7 minutes, 14 years ago.
Damn. Pow, pow, pow.
And if after Night of Champions, you're still delusional enough to believe that you're the best in the world, well, I guess it's a small world after all. You're welcome, Grand Rapids.
I mean, he just showed up and banged on them pans in the fucking kitchen, mama. That was amazing. And so, yeah, my take on it, brilliant. SmackDown cooked overall. SmackDown's been a decent show. I was even saying it before, you guys. I know the 3 hours is long, but if you just break this shit up into like an hour and a half each, it's SmackDown is actually really good. Like they're doing good stuff. And then you guys see over time, now we're getting used to the 3 hours. They're going to go back to 2. People are worried they're going to fuck it up. I don't think they'll fuck it up. I think they'll really either hone in or else we'll get some sort of overstuffed shows where we're like, damn, they're throwing a lot in there. But they feature women heavily on SmackDown as well. They're in like every other fucking segment's like 50-50, maybe even more, how much they focus on the women, and it works. So it's really good to see it a lot in NXT too. Yeah, I just absolutely love this. And then I think USA Network, someone asked USA Network on like Instagram or something. They're like, what? Instead of, because at the end Cena's like, and USA can have their 2 minutes back, because the ref was saying to him like 2 minutes or whatever. Someone caught it on camera, and then Cena's like, and USA can have their 2 minutes back. Elvis just left the motherfudging building. And someone on Instagram asked USA, like, what if he said motherfucking? And USA was like, well, he's John Cena. He'd do what he wants, you know? Like, if he was him, he probably would have got away with it, you know? And you could tell he was thinking about it, and he threw out every curse word in the book, and I'm glad he waited to do it on this promo. It's not like you're going to get that next promo, you know? Cena's very smart with this stuff, and he saved it. He wasn't a heel, so he's just right away going, oh, you're a pussy bitch, motherfucker. He just waited to like really make an impactful statement here, and all around great stuff. I really, really enjoyed this, and it capped off a solid SmackDown. I'm trying to think what else happened on the show before Piper. We pretty much covered it. So yeah, that was John Cena's pipe bomb. Great callback. I wanted to listen to that whole thing and just mark out over it with you guys. Speaking of marking out, the internet was ablaze because of the Fanatics Fest and Stephanie Vaquer linking up with Sheamus and teaching him how to dance and twerk. And she's wearing her UFC fight kit, her Venom fight kit, El Campeon gold and black kit that she got from the UFC Performance Institute in Mexico there, which we covered on the show already. And so she's here working out with Sheamus. And let's tap in and see what they got up to. And then we're going to get into some Fanatics Fest stuff, which is just, God, I wish I was there. I didn't even know it was a thing either. Like, I didn't see it being promoted or anything really, except for probably on WWE TV, to which that's probably when I'm babbling news at you guys or whatever the fuck, right? I just right over my goddamn head. But anyways, here's Stephanie and Sheamus.
Weird.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, you gotta Google that. You know what I mean? You gotta can you sing it.
Pollito pío.
Sing it. Give us a thing there.
Así.
Just get notes there. Go on.
El pollito pío, el pollito pío, el pollito pío, el pollito pío. En la radio hay un pollito pío pío. En la radio hay un pollito pío pío.
Is it like Baby Shark? You know, Baby
Yeah,
Shark.
something
It's
like
a
Baby
Mexican
Shark.
version of Baby
Yeah, I love it. En la radio hay un pollito pío pío pío.
Like that, but
You know pollito? Chicken.
Pollito- chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah.
It's a little chicken say, en la radio hay un pollito pío pío. Yeah, it's embarrassing, but I like this one.
That's cool.
It's weird.
Well, isn't that cute? Let's see what else she did with Sheamus here. They worked out their legs, their buns, and their legs. That's why I kicked your leg from your leg.
Oh, my ass.
We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it.
Oh, my God.
How you feel?
Not terrible, but good. But terrible, but also good.
But tomorrow,
But tomorrow will be worse. Tomorrow will be worse. Is
we
that what
did
we're
it.
doing?
We did it. We
Did
did
it.
it. We did it.
We did it. We did it.
I mean, she's entertaining to say the fucking least, right? I could just watch her do shit all day, I guess, right? So here we go. Here's her and Sheamus teaching Sheamus how to twerk.
With this?
Up, down. Up, nalgas, up, down, up, up,
And of course, this just broke the internet.
down. Move. Yes. Yeah, you got it. Up, down, up, down, up. I love it. I love you.
It's funny how camera dudes just get the pass. He's like, okay, zoom in on her ass. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny.
With this?
Up, down. Up, nalgas, up, down, up, down, move. Yes. Yeah, you got it. Up, down, up, down, up. I love it. You're great.
That's funny. Let's see what else though. She this is interesting as well. Fadeaway Media posted a clip of her working out. So she's exercising her legs here, and she's what the fuck? Sorry, I just got a text. And so she's like works until she crashes out here, right? Like she's basically just pushing it to the limit while she's talking to Sheamus, and they're just like naming rock bands. And this is awesome. This is actually a good exercise to like keep your mind off of like the burn, you know? And so she's just locked in, zeroed in, and you know, she wore Sheamus out as we saw in the clip before. His fucking thighs were burning. She's here cranking it out.
I start to talk.
Ranking and clanking in the iron jungle, dude. I don't even hear what she said there. Skid Row, you just caught that. Good.
Skid Row, Tin Lizzy, ACDC.
The ACDC. Yeah.
There you go, man. Embracing the grind, bruv. So what else? I think that was the last clip of Vaquer. No, there's one more. She teaches him to do a little salsa here.
Here, no.
Oh, hang on.
Here.
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 Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Here.
Nalgas.
Yeah.
Nalgas.
Here.
Hips. Hips. Nalgas. Hips. Yeah. You can do that before you matches.
All my credit.
The nose, hip. Yes.
Loose. Got a loose turn.
Loose.
1 second here.
Yes.
It's working.
Yes.
I had about 10 years of my career.
Salsa. Salsa. Shoulder. Mm-mm. 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 You can. Latinas born with that.
Born
I
with
don't know.
salsa?
Yeah, no, with that.
With this?
Up, down. Up, nalgas, up, down.
Oh, so this is the longer
Up,
version of the
down,
clip.
up, down. Move. Yes. Yeah, you.
Oh my goodness. Do you guys watch Sheamus's thing? I don't really. It's just that broke the. Everyone's like, oh my god, reposting it, and it's like everybody had it clipped, a billion clips, as you guys saw. I bookmarked like a bunch of them. I don't really watch his shit. Sometimes, a clip of his will make it to this show, but it's not like a frequent thing. It's not like every episode I bring Sheamus's stuff to the show. So, is it good, chat? You guys let me know. Gym bro shit is kind of boring, I gotta be honest. Kenny D for 2 says, popping in to show PWT love. Busy night, bus night. You must mean busy night, but dude, we acknowledge you. And
Acknowledge me.
Embrace the grind, bruv. Thank you for popping in and showing love. Thomas Moore for 2 says, bro, SmackDown was actually good. Guy, it was really good. Now, if that segment didn't happen, would it, and let's say they did the pipe bomb next week or something, would that SmackDown still have been good? Yes. That's the other thing we got to point out. It's not like that one thing made the whole episode great or anything like that, everything was pretty good. And again, man, the show was getting long. Now you see the fickle marks going, oh, we're going to miss 3-hour SmackDowns now. The show's been so good. And that's just the smart thing that WWE knows how to do. And they're just roping you into fucking, now you'll be locked in for that two hours. And hopefully there's no more complaining about 2-hour fucking SmackDowns, right? Because they should be solid shows. They should be able to book them. I like Asuka's channel. Everybody brings up Asuka's channel. Like, that's apparently one of the better ones. If Ricochet is going to get a faction, 2 big guys like Gates of Agony would be perfect. True that. Never liked Pearl Jam. Yeah, I'm just not big into them. Brian. Okay, we have more. We have some Fanatics Fest stuff to get into. So LeBron James linked up with Triple H, 2 goats.
I'm gonna do a good one here, right here, guys. I got you right here. Ready? I'm gonna do a good one here.
At Fanatics Fest, so that's really cool. And they had the stage set up. Now, again, man, where's AEW's equivalent of this? Where, like, look, you can jump through this sugar glass, attach you to a cable, and we'll stick a needle. Where's, like, the piercings booth or whatever for AEW? But for real, though, look at this. This concept is like, how the fuck didn't Vince... Maybe he was there to help put this in motion. Who fucking knows? But how wasn't he already on this? How weren't they just like doing this as the night before every show they did in town at every town for TV or PLEs? Like, how wasn't this already a thing? This is fucking genius. And obviously with like the setting up stages is cheaper now too than before. Not saying this is cheap or anything by any means, but you see indie shows with like light work and fucking these LED screens. Like, you guys know, man, you can get a fucking good smart TV for like pretty cheap these days. You want like the most modern shit, okay, but if you look a couple years back, if you really look at a TV, you're like, you get a fairly decent price. Like, the technology is just easier to come across, I guess, with these screens, the way they set it up. But I'm not saying this isn't elaborate or like uber expensive. This is the cream of the crop, but you guys get what I'm getting at. Like, even TNA is fucking sweet stage setups, and we've watched like Priscilla Kelly showed up at that GCW show at a sweet stage. MLW, they're able to make shit look really cool. People can do it. So on a relatively decent budget, but yeah, this is such a great concept, and we have celebrities walking down. iShow Speed made his return here. Let's take a look. I wish I could hit a backflip like that, like on a trampoline, but I don't know. It's been years, I'd fucking break a hip or something, but he can just bust one out. Like, fuck.
Let's go!
Oh, they give him like an 8 and a 10. Oh, and they're judging it. They're judging the fucking entrance. That's awesome. You know, and if I could pitch a free idea here too, and I don't know if WWE's already on this, but what you do is you I don't even fucking know. Someone's got. I need to get paid for these ideas. God damn it, Vince, call me. Yeah, I'll give you an idea for your Fed. No, fuck it. I'll just say it. Like what they could do is set up in the back when you know how they let fans walk through these things sometimes too. So these are celebrities. It's easy to know who's going to be in the building. You set them up a mini Tron and their music. And especially with AI now, what you do is you set up a thing where people who sign up to do it or if fans go through, they put in their name and you just have a bunch of fucking templates and then their name comes up on the Tron and shit. Like you could easily pull that off very quickly with today's technology and even like a theme. You could even type in like, especially this Def Rebel style fucking music, bro. You could type shit in if they want to spend the money on the technology. It'd be a cool fan experience. And then you charge them like, here's this much for an image or like this much for a video of you professionally coming down with your own Tron. And, that'd be fucking crazy. That's next step. That's in the next 5-10. Fanatics, hit me up, bruvs. That's a free one. We know Triple H is listening. Okay, so moving along here, we had Nikki Bella made an entrance. You can look, but you can't touch. You keep dreaming on the stars above. Oh, Kathy Kelly's a judge, Sam Roberts. And then who's that final judge? Megan Morant, yeah. Yeah, and Nikki Bella's like, listen to that pop for her even at this thing. Like, she's a fucking name, whether people want to admit that or not. Like, and people are like, that divorce is going to cost her a lot. That's why she's doing this. It's like, man, do you guys ever relent, for Christ's sakes? Let her fucking have this, man. Drewski showed up and made his WWE entrance here. And he just came out to the Rock shit with the Rockstron.
Yeah. Hey, tell me what's going to be carpet out here. Yeah!
There you go. They're just pretending to like WWE, Brian. It's all make believe. They don't actually like WWE. You know what they say, Brian?
Poor people don't like AEW.
Imagine he said that and is apparently a journalist. So here's the GOAT. Okay, Tom fucking Brady. Let's give him a bat. Let's give him a GOAT. Okay, shout out Goat Simulator 3. And here is Tom Brady coming out to the American Nightmares theme, because why wouldn't he? So I'm gonna get sniped for that music probably, but all good. He ripped up that Eli jersey. And then him and Peyton are cool. Oh, he ripped it. Yeah, dude. But they were on the roast together and shit, so And then, yeah, he piggybacked a dude. So that's awesome. Tom Brady, he doesn't. It's just fake popular. Tom Brady's not even popular, Brian. So CM Punk and Rollins got into it at the entrance thing. Like, do you think people are going crazy like this over at the fucking who's there? You know, the Tony Romo booth? No, who's there? I have no clue, right? People aren't going this crazy, man. WWE's got this whole thing lit, man. Amazing. Let's keep going, man. There was more. So Randy Orton linked up here with Zilla Fatu. Just asking how the family is and shit. Good to see. What do you guys rate? Here was Gronk. What do you guys rate Gronk's entrance? It's asking. Fucking Gronk, dude. He's so funny. At that fucking Tom Brady roast, dude, he got roasted so hard by like everyone. But he's just like a funny, crazy, dumb guy, you know? So nothing but love for Gronk. Hell yeah. They give him 7s. Come on, that's such a cop-out rating. So here's John Cena. You know, he's going to throw a bunch of balls. And let's see if he gets any success in throwing a bunch of balls here.
Hear ye! Hear ye! In the invention of baseball from Abner Doubleday, there was a great legend of one man who could throw 6 baseballs at one time. That man was my great-great-grandfather's friend. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Let's
Allegedly.
go. Let's go, Cena.
Tonight, my great-great-grandfather.
He follows PWT on Twitter, along with like over 1 million other people, but still.
I will recreate the ever-famous 6 base.
It's more rare to be not followed by Cena in 2025.
Are you ready? Can I get a slow clap from the crowd? Okay, here we go.
Oh my God, you gotta love it. Takes a bump. Fucking amazing. And then here's him doing the most heel shit on earth, and that is sucking up to fucking Sam Roberts during his entrance. And listen to this place go fucking crazy. And then he hugs Sam Roberts. The most heel shit you could ever fucking.
I love you.
And that's Fanatics Fest, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, use my affiliate link down below if you're buying some WWE merch, ladies and gentlemen. That was WWE News. Let me check in with chat. Everybody come on over to YouTube, hit like, subscribe, join Patreon, become a member, gift a membership, or tell me to go fuck myself. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that good stuff. Hit dislike, leave a comment. Subscribe on your alt. Love ya. Chris Gallegos says John Cena acting like a shit ass. Oh, good assessment. Regina says, well, apparently this just became Mexican rules. Oh, you guys are watching Collision? Yeah, I just couldn't be bothered tonight. I'm going to watch it probably later. I just finished my rewatch of Squid Game, right? So season 3 is about to come out. Had to rewatch it. One of my favorite shows, truly, ever made. Athena and Thekla in a match buried on Collision at 9:55. Yeah, it's fucked how they're doing Athena. Hopefully she does get a match at All In. Zilla, Fatu, the main one. Hell yeah. Viper Zilla, dude, right there. It's Eli Manning he picks up. It's both. Didn't he do an Eli and a Peyton jersey? Pardon me. Did I fuck up on that? It's like math. I watched Dolomite last night. Holds. Just stay down, Thekla. Don't get any of the stink on you. I like Thekla, man. She's got a great look. I'm not watching the match now, unfortunately. Okay. So speaking of AEW, ladies and gentlemen, let's get an Ichi ni Sanda in chat all together now. Ichi ni Sanda, because it is time for AEW.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
So Mercedes Moné is now officially the first woman in history to have competed at the following Madison Square Garden, Tokyo Dome, Wembley Stadium, Arena, Mexico. And some people called it out. They're like, no, Bull Nakano was the first to whatever. And then people were like, well, she did Wembley Arena, which is different than stadium or whatever. So either way, guys, I know you don't like Monet. Just give her flowers. I mean, listen, there's all these people like freaking out about why she's booking her own shit to win all these belts with her. No. These feds are behind it too. She's a fucking big name in WWE. They want this too. Yes. Is she agreeing and pushing ideas and saying, oh, well, she could get pinned and going along with it? For fucking sure. Is it Hogan-esque? Absolutely. Without question. But guys, everyone in AEW, everyone in wrestling in general has a degree of creative control. If you get to pick your own fucking name or turn down storylines, hey, we want you to make out with this person. I'm not comfortable with that. Everybody has a say in pro wrestling. You fucking do. Okay? More so in AEW. She has her own writer. Okay, Pepperman's approving lines. She's fucking right. If they go, we want you to work her. How's this going to work? Peppermint and Monet get the final say. Yes. Is Tony down with the belt collector thing? Yes. Is these other feds down with it? For sure. Is she down with it? For sure. She's not going to be like, well, no, don't book me like that. She's not going to fucking say that. She's going to take the money and run. She's going to fucking do this for her, and that good for her that she's able to do this because of her time in WWE, right? Yes. Like if it boiled down to Monet and Megan Bain are in the room and Megan Bain goes, well, I think it should go this way. And Monet says, I think it should go this way. Who the fuck do you think gets the final? Yes, her creative control is more than Megan Bain's or more than fucking everyone else pretty much. Okay. So yes, she's not going to eat the pin. They're going to book her strong. Dave Meltzer said some shit about, Monet was willing to lose to Athena because he's lying on behalf of fucking AEW. And he goes, and I'm going to give points to Fightful here. Okay. Because they've been just taking these layups from Dave where he's claiming shit and then Fightful's swooping in and coming with the, like, or at least they're claiming they have the facts. So give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay. right? It's not like someone made a chart before where they're like, here's how accurate every dirt sheet is. And Fightful was like, I think 70% plus, right? 76% or whatever. And however, whoever made that chart, however they determine what's right or not, I guess is we could break that down too. That's a whole thing. But if we're just going based off, okay, the news, like what Dave's been doing is talking shit. And then Fightful the last couple of weeks, they've been swooping in and like proving him wrong on some of these shits because it's just easy to do. Because like if I can call it, anyone can call this shit out, you know? So it's just kind of funny to see this happen where Dave's like, Monet was willing to lose to Athena, but then decided not to. What was the reason? Because Tony Storm, whatever the fuck, and then Fightful swooped in and they're like, no, since last year, Tony Khan's plan was to do Tony Storm Athena. Tony Storm, Mercedes Monet at All In, which was obviously where they were fucking going. When Monet came in and won the TBS title and didn't go straight for the women's world title and kept not going straight for that belt, you had to figure ultimately who's your two top guys. It's Tony Storm and it's Mercedes Monet, your two top gals, rather. So you had to see that coming. And, yeah, I mean, don't be so mad. Like, it's not like Monet's walking into these companies and going, I'm taking your title and shit. The random tent show she did, that Fed wants her to have that belt and possibly wear it on TV, or she's not going to wear it. I think she has more belts than this right now. I think maybe. I can't remember. But these are like the main ones she's showing on TV, right? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these are all the ones, but she has like 6 belts now or something. She couldn't even carry them all. Someone, Hangman, hang 'em high, or Awful Wrestling. He was like, he made the Sonic rings flying off her, but that's Hang 'em High's whole gimmick. If you guys know who Hang 'em High is on Twitter, he's like a wrestling fan who makes edits of wrestlers and shit. And he's got like fans of his own, to where like everybody makes the joke, even wrestlers in the business make the joke that this Hang 'em High guy is fucking Triple H low key, you know, because I don't know. He's just tapped in. I like his Twitter feed and shit. He's good. He makes good edits, but his gimmick is like doing the Sonic rings bursting off of people. So a few people made that edit. It was super funny. But the point I'm getting at is she's got so many belts, she gets suplexed and everyone goes, it looks like Sonic rings flying off her, you know? It's fucking funny. And these other companies are behind it. Now she's going to beat Tony Storm at All In, guys. Okay? So again, this All In show's largely predictable. And if Moxley leaves with the belt, everyone's going to shit all over that. And they could do that. Hangman could win it. I think that is the move. It seems like everybody's sort of getting behind Hangman. He really crushed it with that promo at Grand Slam as well. And I think that either way you go in that match, but it just feels like been there, done that, in my opinion. I got to just be totally honest. So the both world title matches for the men and women's going in All In, I'm like, oh, all right. I mean, we already seen Mox in this Reign of Terror. We've already seen Hangman with the belt how many times? I'm not like clamoring for a fucking Hangman world title run again. And Monet, we just know she's going to beat Tony Storm. And if Tony Storm beats her, okay, is it for all 12 of her belts? No, it's just for the AEW women's belts. So we know Tony's not just going to defend it. You know, Monet's going to get it, complete this. And then how does she drop all these belts? One by one, she just lost in her last year in AEW and just gets beat to dust, then goes crawling back to WWE. Or like, does she just, you know, how does this all end? Does she vacate them all and just shit on everybody? Or maybe is that the money move to do? And if she works herself into that position, I mean, fuck, who wouldn't jump at that to be someone to do that? You know, imagine you had the opportunity, like fucking Tony will let Sting vacate all those belts, right? Now, I don't know if these other companies will let her vacate all these titles, and, you know, they might make her drop them. And then eventually she's got to, like, what happened? She loses one and then just reigns with 5 more and goes, well, whatever, I don't need that belt. It's like, nah, dude, at some point she's got to drop all these back to back to back to back as well. So heavy lies the crown, man. And she's rolling with the punches, and she's got old Mortis there who got worked into, by the way, like last minute. There was a replacement, and he got on the fucking Grand Slam card. Go figure. And yeah, so heavy lies the crown, and she's got Mortis there to, or Taurus, Black Frank Mortis, whatever. He's there to help carry those bags as well. And I'm not even dissing him. Like, I'm just saying, heavy lies the crown. Like, you're there to fucking, she's got a lot of titles to lug around. You're a strapping young man. You're not on TV too terribly much, maybe more now, you know? So, hey, it's all looking up for Mercedes Moné. See, I'm giving her flowers. Do you think MJF took things too far at Grand Slam Mexico, or is this exactly the kind of reaction he wanted? So MJF was confronted by a fan at a hotel after controversial AEW Grand Slam stunt in Mexico. So he ripped Mystico's mask off. He put it on his face, and that's like, and then he flipped the crowd off. And then he got confronted by a fan who was like trying to fight him and shit. People broke it up. MJF no-sold it. Well, he actually did sell it by no-selling it, like his character, you know, because in real life, he's probably like, well, I bet hopefully don't get fucking shanked, you know, but he no-sold it by selling it for it, by being his cocky, what are you going to do? I'm sure he's just being a little shithead the whole time. Good for him. And, yeah, that's good heat he gets, and it was awesome heat on him, and it's really good for MJF. Now, I thought that was kind of fucked up to do on that show. I'm not going to lie. WWE show celebrated the history. Worlds Collide celebrated the history of Lucha Libre in general, AAA, Mexican heritage with the, you know, the singing the anthems and sort of just honoring, even just, I mean, Savio Vega was there, just, you know, that Latin shit in general, you know, they were just celebrating that. And Vikingo, you know, it was like a celebration of him and all of this stuff. And the AEW show is just, it favored AEW. Like, I'll give you a crucial point is where all the luchas come out to beef with MJF, and then who comes out for the big save? Kevin Knight and Mike Bailey. And they're just like a tag team now. They debuted on the same day, so they're just like a tag team. And they're just going to fucking be like singles guys kind of, but a team that like loses, but they're going to make the save instead of like Bandito and Hechicero and some of these guys like getting one up on MJF and all hitting their moves. And maybe even someone takes out Lashley and you fucking build to a match between them down the line, like Lashley versus or something. Like, you got to think about, you know, get their guys over a little bit, but no, it was just Mike Bailey's going to make the save in Mexico. I mean, I just thought that was like a big slap in their fucking face. I got to be honest. And WWE did a lot of introducing and like celebrating of history and stuff. And AEW just did matches, which is totally fine. And if you watch any lucha show, it was very much like that Grand Slam, you know, just a bunch of fucking wild tag matches and wild shit happening. You know, that's pretty much the crux of it all. So, and AAA rather is going in that more storytelling work in the shoot work style as well. So let's see how it pays off. And the race is on, man. The wars are heating up. Brody King wore and is selling Abolish Ice shirts at Grand Slam Mexico, and he's just selling them in general. He has Abolish Ice. So wasn't he also like, fuck the cops and stuff? So I mean, whatever, dude, wherever people stand politically, ICE is like an organization. So I don't get it. This is what I'm confused about. So they're like the FBI of immigration, right? Am I understanding that correctly? So it's like, it's just people doing their jobs at the end of the day. I don't know, though. I'm not like down there. I don't fucking know. Is he from California? Where's he from? I don't know if like, I even heard like the protests, the news is like it's riots and shit. And then people in LA are like, it's really just on this one block or two of chaos and everything else is fine. You know, it's not as bad and doom and gloom. Everything's fear mongering and doom and gloom. All I got to say is this. I don't give a fuck where you stand politically. I think in Mexico right now, they're protesting illegals coming in from further south than them as well. If you look that up, I'm pretty sure I saw that in the news or whatever. They're having protests trying to get illegals out too. So I don't know. Do they have their own form of ICE or what? I don't even know. All I'm saying is this, his political shit aside, I wish they would keep that stuff sort of out of wrestling. I got to be honest. Now, as independent contractors, though, if they're going to make that argument, and AEW will till they're blue in the face. Otherwise, if I got to fork up healthcare and shit, you know what I mean? Brody King can do and say what the fuck he wants, you know, and that's the beauty of, I guess, free speech in America and all that good shit, right? That everybody believes in. And I mean, if he wants to sell that, I don't know. I would just keep that out of whatever, but he can use his platform to say whatever the fuck he wants. And yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of fucking what I just said, right? I mean, people, you should be allowed to say, if you don't agree with it, we'll go cry about it somewhere else. You know what I mean? And if you do agree with it, more power to you, you know? Again, I'm Canadian, so it's like me talking about it is fucking cringe. I get it. So moving along. Bryan Danielson talking to the crowd after AEW Grand Slam Mexico. Where was his entrance, bro? Here, we got to play this. Look at this fucking building and the pop that Danielson gets. The American Dragon. American Dragon. American Dragon. You guys remember that show? What was that, like Drake Bell? There was like a show, it was like a cartoon where this kid could like turn into a dragon. That was a superpower or whatever. Anyways, but yeah, he got physical a little bit, and the rumors are, man, he's going to make a comeback, but he's not cleared yet, according to him. But there are plans in place, I guess, where I think at All In, he'll have a fucking last minute match. They'll just put him against like someone, or he'll be in like a tag match so he doesn't have to fucking get super physical. Or maybe he just does like a run in and gets everyone going, yes, yes. They have to do that at All In. There's no way they don't get the yes thing going. But yeah, just look at the pop he got. It's great to see. But yes, a lot of empty seats you can see behind the fucking, but this is also, I think, after the show went off the air. So I don't know if a bunch of people dipped out to beat traffic. And also I saw some sickos online being like, I'm surprised WWE didn't send ice to AEW shows and I'm like, could you be any more fucking insensitive, dude? Like, that's fucked up to say. That's where I'm like, whoa, man. You know? But anyways, here's Danielson getting a huge, I just forgot to mention that before. That was one thing as I was babbling, I was trying to remember, but I couldn't quite get my tongue on it. But anyways, here's Danielson. But even though, like, listen to the pop, even though people were clearing out. I think people were clearing out at this point. And here's the thing, like, if everything's full to the tits, but then behind and next to the screens aren't, like, is that a bad thing? And I think people cleared out because the camera was facing the screens, right? When they actually had a house where they didn't need to do that, oddly enough. Yeah, I was born for greatness. I do like Danielson's remixed version of his theme. Fee. Boom, psycho knee. See, he can bump around. So I think All In will at least get one of these moments. Maybe he makes a big save. Maybe all the Bumbleclot clan are like running out doing shit, and then he just runs in, refs down, he hits a Busaiku knee, Hangman Page hits the buckshot, 1, 2, 3. I could see something like that happening, and then having a moment where all the baby faces come out and lift Hangman up, and they try and do like a Cody Rhodes type. I think that's what's coming at All In Texas. That seems to be the way to go. And then Mox, man, and then they have to explain away the Bumbleclot clan. Like, they all have to still be on TV, or they just don't because it's AEW. And I mean, Danielson loves this because he's an Uber mark, and he just he gets to hug and chill with Blue Panther and shit, Brian Cage is to appear in an upcoming Steven Spielberg film alongside some other AEW stars. So Tony Storm, Camille, Britt Baker all appeared in Queen of the Ring. MJF was a part of Iron Claw and soon to be Happy Gilmore too. Now, Brian Cage of the Callis family and And yeah, he is. Oh, so Archer, Cage, and Chavo Guerrero will also be in this Spielberg movie where there's a referee, and has to do with UFOs. And Emily Blunt, Colin Firth, Wyatt Russell are in the film. So good stuff. And yeah, I don't know. There's some pro wrestling stuff in there, I guess. And so they'll be in that. So good for them landing more movie roles, and good for AEW. You know, hopefully some of these guys, if you're not going to be on fucking TV. So Tony Khan personally went to CMLL CEO Salvador Luderoth Lomeli and requested the Beast Mortis be allowed to wrestle his first match in Arena Mexico in 14 years. This was the result of the absence of Cash Wheeler and Claudio Castagnoli on last night's Grand Slam Mexico, and CMLL were happy to accommodate, so Mortis was back at Arena Mexico. Now, why ain't he doing that for Roosh? Roosh is banned from Arena Mexico, but again, Mortis is dating Monet. We know Monet and Tony love each other. So speaking of Tony Khan, here's Alfred Konowa at This Is Nasty, at Pro Wrestling Bits, friend of the show. I'll get him back on the show here sometime, maybe end of the summer. Or for maybe after SummerSlam, the bigger shows. I like having him on, you know. Tony Khan is a liar. And here's his take on Tony Khan being a liar. And he says that's okay. Exactly. Tony Khan's supposed to be the guy lying to everyone. It's just that, like, when Dave goes, look, see? But then Vince McMahon lies about an attendance, and he's like, well, of course he lied about it. It's like, why aren't you keeping the same energy, bro?
2025 is the best year we've had. The lie detector determined that was a lie. We've been able to grow our cable audience year over year.
Growth in cable? Who's doing that?
Well, honestly, us. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Actually, our cable audience, when we started simulcasting, went up. The lie detector determined that was a lie. 2020.
Yeah, a bunch of lies, man. And then the Arena Mexico show was not technically sold out, right? So people jumped on him for that as well. Awful announcing. Tony Khan says AEW cable audience is growing in spite of 24% viewership drop. And there you go. 24% viewership drop. Dave Meltzer says, I'm the single last person getting triggered about anything to do with wrestling. So we covered that on Wednesday, dude, and we just read his Twitter feed because he was just fucking having a meltdown for like 2 hours on people. I'm not triggered. Fucking hilarious. So here is Nick Nemeth on Mercedes Moné winning another belt. Here is his take on it.
I think Mercedes has hit her stride with AEW. And here we are at the halfway point of 2025 or close to it. I think without a doubt, without question, Mercedes Moné is the women's wrestler of the year so far in 2025. I don't think there's a debate.
I think even if you're one of those 8 titles on her.
So it's just a quality over quantity thing, right? He's saying he thinks there's no doubt she's the best wrestler of the year because she won all the belts. That I just don't know, man. Like, okay, if you value that shit, well, look, all these promoters said we're giving her the belt, so obviously that means she's the best. Like, I don't know about all that, man. I think there's something to say with the business WWE's doing and the quality over quantity. And if fucking Io Sky got in the ring with her right now, Io Sky's like the best worker in the world right now. If we're talking like physically having matches with people now, is Monet's style of match like better? I don't know. Dave only gives them like 3 stars and shit, you know? So I don't know, man. I don't know if that's an objective. I think you could argue that, you know?
But you know what she stands for, and you know what she can do, and you know that she's on television every week, and she looks the part, and she's walking a red carpet in between. She's the person that you want to be your champion.
Right, and that's why you guys got to understand. That's why, like, CMLL's down with the fucking plan. Now, yes, do they have to go to these people and say, hey, like, she's doing the belt collector thing, dog. Here's our plan. She'll have all these belts, and then you guys build up your people who are going to knock her down. That's got to be what they've pitched to everyone. This isn't the first time people have done it. Now, you know, the Hardys even, and that's who you do it with. They went and collected like 100 fucking tag titles when they were outside of WWE as well, because they're a name, right? And Nick Nemeth has got a great point here. And I get it. People might think she's fucking cringe. She hasn't really affected their business that positively as far as ratings and attendances and shit. But they just want good matches, and she has good, quote unquote, good matches with everyone, you know, at least for what Tony wants to see. So, I mean, I guess that's what counts. And these other feds know, like, her having that belt, the CMLL belt, is going to do more for them than what's her name again? Zeus's and Persephone and these folks, right?
I can't think of someone right now who would even be, yeah, it's not even a judgment call. It's like, she's number one at the moment. She's the right.
I think Io's lack of title defenses since winning, yeah, could rank her below Mercedes. I'd listen to that argument.
Age to be dominating. She's picking up titles and making them worth more than they are without her. That's a huge step. That's huge for the business. That's good for AEW. That's good for her. That's good for whatever championship she holds.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we saw her pull up at a tent show, win that fucking belt. That's good for them when she got to come back and drop that tent belt now. You know what I'm saying? So it is good. It is good for the biz, man. I see it. I see the value in it. I'm not entirely a hater on Monet belt collecting, although I am a hater on Dave Meltzer's star ratings for Grand Slam Mexico. So he gives Atlantis Jr., Bandito, Templario, Brody King, Adam Cole, and Daniel Garcia versus Dax Harwood, Valador Jr., Kyle Fletcher, Konosuke Takeshita, Hichisero, Josh Alexander, and Lance Archer a 4.25 stars. Better than fucking Rock Hogan.
Stupid idiot.
Okada versus Mark Briscoe, 3.5. MJF versus Mystico, 3.75. Hologram versus Ricochet versus Mascara Dorada versus Leo Rush, 4.5. So that was one of the greatest matches ever.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Mercedes Moné versus Zeuxis, 3.75. Moxley, the Bucks, Yuta, Mortis, and Strickland, or versus Strickland, Ospreay, Samoa Joe, Shibata, Hobbs, 4.5. He gave it. Dave is fucking cooked,
You know,
man.
poor people don't like AEW.
He's so cooked. It's all good, right? It's all good. If it's based on, the only criteria he's ever given us was it's based on how the crowds moved. That's all we know after all these years. Okay, then maybe he's right. Crowd was hot. Right? If that's his criteria. He claims they're just objective, and he gives shit. He doesn't like high star ratings that he thought should have got less, which I think that's bullshit. And the only criteria he's ever said, it's like a Richter scale, and it's based on how, like, the crowds moved. If the crowds move, then I mean, so okay. Yeah, all right, maybe he's right. Do you think AEW should have been honest about the attendance at Grand Slam Mexico? If AEW is a broad brush to stroke, I don't give a fuck. The commentary team, nope. Should Tony Khan have been on? Nope. The journalists, if Dave Meltzer's gonna, to this day, if he's gonna spurg out over the fucking attendance of WrestleMania, whatever the fuck, it wasn't 91,000, Brian. To this day, he's still crying about that. Then you have to do the same for All In Wembley. You have to, because I know people who were fucking there, who've been there when Tyson Fury's fought with 90,000 people there, whatever the fuck. And he's like, no, it's just, more than one person. We got whole reports written to us on the fucking shit. Everybody knew that it's just what they do. It's what's going to happen at Texas as well. They distribute a fuckload of tickets. Whatever the number is, this how many tickets distributed. Don't be shocked if there's like 5K less people than that who actually show up. Okay? Minus the staff and shit. You know what I mean? I would not be shocked for 1 second. And I don't care if they carny it up. Tony's job, he's supposed to lie about that shit. So I don't give him shit. But just the journalists who don't keep the same energy on anything, like Meltzer, is who I'm talking about. Right? That's the shit I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. So the ratings for Dynamite are in. The show did 736,000 viewers. This number does not include viewers on Max. Okay? So I'm willing to give them 30 to 60,000 viewers on Max. Maybe this one was a little bit higher. This is just me making an educated, just from fucking reading the room and talking to folks, and I'll give them 30 to 60 on any given day. So let's go high end. Let's say they got another 50. Let's just say they did 800,000 with the Max numbers, being super generous. Good. That's a W. See, I'm being super generous there. That's a good number. And that's me being super generous. But did you guys know I'm being like super generous right now? And but I mean, I don't know, this Lucha stuff, we're on to something here. Dave Meltzer was on to something with that Lucha stuff, boy. And it's a little bump. Now it's sad that 736 we're like, oh, that's fucking sad. And it's sad that we're talking about these numbers, the fucking Nielsen and all this shit. Like, we're fumbling around with the numbers, and no numbers matter, and we're adding Max, and streaming's what matter, and minutes. And then we're popping about the MJF fucking Mystico quarter hour. Like, it's always good for me, not for thee. I don't even want to engage in that shit because it's so fucking annoying. I didn't look at the quarter hours. I could give a fuck, and good on Mystico and MJF. I'm glad they fucking popped a rating. I am. 736, I mean, a couple years ago, this would be absolutely dreadful, And now it's like, oh my God, look what they did. And then NXT was preempted. So again, we're not making excuses for NXT, but nobody's talking about, oh, well, they were preempted. They're just talking about, oh, NXT finally got beat or whatever by Dynamite. So it's all dumb. Go head to head. Stop being pussies, or shut the fuck up. That's all I got to say. WWE at least put their money where their mouth was and went, all right, we'll go head to head. And AEW should do the fucking same then, if this is the game we want to play, and then we can see. But otherwise, just take the W and enjoy it, and fucking say good job and thanks CMLL for giving them a fucking house and shit. So Thirsty Thurston pipes in. They did a 0.21 in the key demo. Man, good for them, for real. That actually, I'm like, wow, man, that's so long since they've done that. I'm actually fucking proud. Everyone, round of applause for AEW, for real. They deserve on a 2-1. Come on. They were doing like 0.13 and shit like that, and I'm not even a stickler or a mark for this shit, but they were doing like 0.13 or whatever not even long ago, 0.15. And Dave's like, oh, I think all the young people went to Max. I think this proves that the young people didn't go to Max. They're just not watching your shitty show. And they saw how good this Worlds Collide shit was. And they went, we need to see what AEW's answer to that is with Grand Slam Mexico. Let's see it. Also, UFC Noche. When Canelo does a fucking pay-per-view, Canelo Alvarez, guys, the numbers, the Latinos fucking show up for theirs, man, okay? Show up in droves, fucking pay-per-view stars, man. Okay? De La Hoya, ask any of these motherfuckers, okay? So, Julio Chavez, right? Junior. So, I think that's mostly what it is. I gotta be perfect. And I'm not trying to be a hater, because who turned out, it's the same thing with the AAA Worlds Collide show. Who turned out to watch that? Look at the Espanol numbers, crushed. So I think it's that, man. They show up for their people. You know what I'm saying? So really, Tony Khan owes CMLL. And then to let fucking them finish that show with MJF, or not finish the show, but to let MJF eat the double drop kick from Mike Bailey and shit, instead of the Bandito and the Luchas standing up and beating the shit out of the dude for ripping Mystico's mask off. It wasn't even Luchas who saved him. That was some bullshit. To let Monet win that title, to let them do all that and then give him a rating like this. Tony better fucking kiss that ring, dude. He better be bowing down like, thank you, CMLL. Please just have our whole Fed. Right? And there's a reason MLW and CMLL work so well together as well. And there's a reason why you see MLW shows riddled with CMLL talent and why they just throw their shit up on YouTube. You know, people tune in for theirs, you know, the Latinos and that. So shout them out. And just brilliant Hot Lucha Summer. I'm fucking here for it. I was so ready for it, chat. You guys knew since winter time. We're like, we about to heat things up, man. So I'm happy and I'm proud of fucking AEW. I really am. I'm like, dude, you guys pulled one off actually. And again, that show, you had to know AEW was just going to do all wrestling. Brian Alvarez gets attacked a bit. We're going to get into that. Sickos were like, Brian, shut the fuck up. They don't need video packages and shit, but they fucking do. And there's a reason they're doing that more on the AEW shows. However, this show, it was fucking just wrestling wall to wall. You had to know that's what it was going to be going into it. So Alfred Konuwa roasts Tony Khan here, speaking of him. And he appeared on his new show called Cheap Pop. Okay, so let's check out Alfred Konuwa's new show, Cheap Pop, starring Tony Khan.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Cheap Pop. Pop the balloon or get booked. We are joined by 5 very talented wrestlers: Apollo Crews, LeBron Cheadle, Denzel the Entertainer, Blick Flair, and Benjamin Shelton. Now,
Blick Flair, Benjamin Shelton.
As you can see, each wrestler has been given a balloon. We're going to be bringing in pro wrestling bookers from across various territories. And if these wrestlers like what they see and they do want to work for this booker, they'll keep their balloon. If they don't like what they see and the wrestlers don't want to work for this booker, they will indeed pop their balloon. Does everybody understand?
Yes.
Fantastic. Let's bring in our first booker, Anthony.
What's up, my G's?
Damn. Your thoughts? Hello, everybody.
Oh my god, dude. Just taking shots. Nobody's safe. I gotta repost that. Amazing. Shout out Pro Wrestling Bits. This is nasty. So yeah, Meltzer, man, we talked about this before. So Tony Meltzer goes out there and is like, well, Monet said, people close to her said that she was willing to lose, but she wasn't willing to lose after whatever the fuck, or when Tony Storm became available. Tony Khan decided to go with that instead, but Monet would have lost. And then Fightful, I guess, comes in with a story going, AEW All In. Tony Storm versus Mercedes has been planned since 2024, well before Mariah May departure from AEW. And again, man, I'm pretty sure you guys can go back to my fucking Christmas show where we're talking about, well, it's Monet versus Tony fucking Storm. Like, obviously, that's your big money match. You got to do that one, you know? So there you have it. Unless Athena creeps in, but I just don't see them doing that shit, and they're not doing that shit. So I don't know. They just proved Dave wrong because he's just talking shit, man. He's been talking way too much shit lately. Agree or disagree? Many fans are saying Monet is the best in the world. So currently, she has the AEW TBS Championship, the EWA Women's Championship, the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's Championships, because that's 2 belts, right? Which when you have both, you're the undisputed British champion. So CMLL World Women's Champion, the Women's Owen Hart Cup winner, the first and only professional wrestler to win championships across WWE, AEW, New Japan, and CMLL. And yeah, I mean, you could make the argument right now, I guess in kayfabe or whatever, she's the best in the world, you know? Swerve Strickland compares signing with AEW to joining the Los Angeles Lakers. What, dude? I don't know. Someone said maybe the Clippers, you know? But yeah, the Lakers, I don't know about all that, dude. I was going to say the Charlotte Bobcats or something like that. Is that even a team anymore? So yeah, the Beast Mortis replaced Claudio in tonight's 10-man tag. Why isn't what Cena said? Oh, it's what Cena said was alluding to Grand Slam Mexico, how they replaced him for Beast Mortis. Conspiracy. I could just come up with a conspiracy. Claudio Castagnoli, that's CC. That actually means Colt Cabana. Or it means Claudio Castagnoli.
Shut up, bitch.
stupid idiot.
Or it means what he said. So Brody King was wearing an Abolish ICE shirt, and he fucking made the news, man. MSNBC.
Today were effectively postponed. Unless you think this same sentiment isn't rampant among normies, consider the fact that one of America's top professional wrestlers, Brody King,
among normies. Okay, asshole. I hate this condescending shit. What the fuck happened where everyone in the news is just like, I need my Irish accent for what I'm about to say. No. And then he says one of America's top wrestlers. Again, not trying to be a dick here, but
Exactly, no pop.
Who?
showed up to a match in Mexico City Wednesday night wearing a tank top that said Abolish ICE. I'm going to say this slowly and clearly because it's important, and there's a lot of misdirection on this. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are on the wrong side of public opinion on this, and they're losing badly in the court of public opinion.
Okay, well, all that shit aside, he just said Brody King was one of the top American wrestlers in the world. That's a wild claim, bro. You lying, fake news. It's fake news. It's fake. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you guys look it up, I think Mexico right now is protesting illegals coming into their... I'm not lying. Look that shit up. I'm like very positive I saw something about that, you know, from people south of their border as well, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, though, in AEW, and this fucking popped me because it's in English. Okay? So this is what popped me. Like, they're in Mexico, and then they give the fan code of conduct, which seems more stricter than... Well, that's what, so Awful Wrestling said that. AEW fan code of conduct rules being more clear than the AEW's talents code of conduct is hilarious. That's fucking funny right there, okay? But not only that, it's in English. You think it would be on Espanol. No, you know, like, who the fuck? I don't know, man. It just seems so... There's just little things, man, and those little things pile up eventually and become one big thing. You know, so fan code of conduct, obscene or offensive gestures, signage or clothing, including the use of such language or gestures concerning a person's race, ethnicity, color, gender, religion, creed, disability, age, sexual orientation, gender identity expression, or national origin, or to instigate, incite, or encourage a confrontation or physical assault. So can you even be like, hey, that guy over there? Like, are you even allowed to say that? Jesus fucking Christ. Interference with the progress of the show, including throwing objects onto or entering the ring. You know, back in the day when people were throwing shit, that's when they knew they had them, you know? Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom. Failing to follow instructions of law enforcement, guest services, or security personnel. Any conduct deemed inappropriate or dangerous to fans, talent, or staff. Okay, well, here's the thing. I mean, when you have Darby Allin flying through glass shit at people, I mean, I don't know if you guys have room to talk there. Damaging the venue or personal property. Stuff will promptly... I have bad eyes, man. Let me see this. Staff will promptly intervene to support an environment. Okay, I'm not reading all that shit, but talking about staff. So yeah, I don't know, man. Hable Inglés, like fucking switch it up. Hello, donde está? Jim Ross gives a positive health update after surgery and colon cancer, King. So he says the worst is behind me, just healing, man, just trying to heal and get better. And that's kind of my goal right now. I had a meeting with my surgeon earlier this week. He's very happy, which makes me very happy. I believe they got all the cancer, which is great. Fuck yes, dude. So, you know, I'm very blessed in that regard. I was scared to death for a while, to be honest with you, because it's that mysterious thing that you don't know. I mean, I don't know how much like cigarettes have to do with colon cancer. I'm just glad Jim's here. This man has survived it, man. He's gone through it. And I'm glad just AEW pay him so handsomely, please. I'd love to see him back in WWE, to be honest. Call one more Mania or just one more match even. But if he's happy doing what he's doing, and just lay off the cigarettes, Jim, that's all I want to see you do. But also, I don't want to fucking, when you're at the age where, and been through what he's been through, and it's like, well, fuck it. You know, I totally get that and respect that too. Like more than you fucking know, to where it's like, fuck it. You know, like, what the fuck do I'll fucking smoke a goddamn cigarette if I want to. It just reminds me of my grandfather. You know, he had been through it too, man, his whole life. And he just fucking, you know, I respect it, you know, as an old gent. You've been through it. I mean, you don't fucking got to listen to some dickhead like me, but I don't know if that exacerbates the cancer in your ass. You know, I don't know how that works necessarily. I'm not a doctor, but I'm just so fucking grateful that Jim Ross they got all the cancer out according to him, and let's just hope it doesn't come back, and let's hope we can hear him call some more matches. Hey, like, not whole events. Don't keep him there all night, Tony, with a fucking 8-hour event when he's losing his voice and falling down and shit. Just make it easy for him, as easy as you can, and hopefully we hear him call, hopefully at All In, man. Hopefully he does something there. Oops, I accidentally exited AEW news, which wasn't my intention whatsoever. So our last piece of news, here's Harley Cameron. She says, I can't see much right now, but Revenge is starting to look really good. So Dave Meltzer, again, I think he was lying. I mean, Dave was like, oh, Harley Cameron was meant to take some time off, and the broken nose was a work. And it's like, but 2 girls broke their noses. So the broken nose was a work. It was a work spot that they planned before, but then she ended up really busting her nose with it. Okay, if that happened, crazy coincidence. But I don't know, dude. This looks like she really busted her fucking nose. So I think Dave was talking shit, trying to protect AEW again, because these ladies get hurt, and Anna Jay's just always plagued with injuries as well, it seems like. And Harley Cameron, she says, I can't see much right now. I don't even know what the sound is here. Yeah, I just don't want to get flagged for that. And yeah, I hope she's okay. That, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Round of applause for AEW news. Saturday night, baby. So we're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer, as we do here at PWT. Let me check in with chat quickly. Richard Adams became a new member. Thanks, Dick. Appreciate it. Memberships are 99 cents, where you can gift them, guys. Hit subscribe, hit like, all that good shit. Appreciate you. 626 for $2 says, off to watch Steven Seagal and Sniper Special Ops. Peace. Peace out, brother. Thanks for being here. And that sounds
Are
terrible.
you sure about that?
Steven Seagal, the master of bullshito, right? So, yeah, guys, we got to head over to this section. I'm checking in with Chad. I think he smokes Winston's. Those are crazy harsh. I'm surprised he doesn't have lung cancer. Like, I'm not laughing at the lung cancer, just the Winston's, dude. You know? Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not the smokes that exacerbates the cancer in the ass. It's Rick. Okay, fuck. Don't smoke, kids. Yeah. Cigarettes fear Jim Ross. Yeah, it's true, dude. He's been through it, man. The cancer's like, fuck this. They show up, and then it's like, we got to get out of here. This guy's too powerful. He's He's got the power. He's got, why won't you die, from Austin Powers. You're gonna die, Powers. Oh, man, funny shit. Yeah, I finished Squid Game. What do I got to watch next? I got to binge Invincible Season 3. Right? That's the thing I got to do. And guys, also, if you are interested in pop culture and shit like that, I dropped 2 Superman videos over on my Phil Marks Out channel. Go and check them out. They're just top 10 shitty little top 10 lists or whatever. So yeah, this is my like pop culture channel, and I'm going to have Husey on. We're going to review some movies and shit like that. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please get flutes in the chat, because it is time for everybody's favorite segment in the entire IWC, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer, corroborates a little bit these stories, with his little, well, I don't know. He always leaves things up in the air. He embellishes a little bit the truth, which is another form of lying by omission and things like that. And so he does report, though, that TKO, he's had a couple victories lately. Now, I'm not even going to call them victories because it's him covering his ass for all the fucking L's he took lately, which we'll break down throughout this segment. But Dave Meltzer reports that the stories of Vince McMahon somehow buying WWE, and then actually I even saw a line in a story about how TKO is looking to sell WWE, and it's like aside from that being denied all day, TKO just saved between 100 million and 150 million by essentially removing so many jobs and things like that. They could operate UFC and WWE with the same office staff, right? So that's the thing, right? Like, they saved a shitload of money by merging everything. Everyone's like, they're $3 billion in debt. It's like, okay, man, there's companies that are operating like 70 billion in debt right now that are huge. Fucking $3 billion is nothing, man. They're in such a good position right now. This UFC rights are up end of this year. Do you know how much they're going to make? They spent a shitload of money knowing that, and then they saved a shitload of money cutting staff, which in 5 years is, imagine over the next 5 years you save 150 million, like Dave's saying, every fucking year. They're saving more money on staff than AEW's getting for their TV deal this year. You know what I mean? The same amount of money. Like, it's, people don't know shit about shit. Only $3 billion? That's how I look at when I see that. I go, only 3? Holy fuck, they're going to clean up on that UFC deal. Like, that's what you should be saying. Especially when you're like, well, they started Zuffa boxing. They fucking, they're doing what they're doing with UFC. They are doing the bull riding thing that they invested in. They're doing fucking WWE is getting bigger and bigger. Like, factor all that in. Only $3 billion in debt. That's what you should be saying. Anyways, so Dave, I guess, with a smart moment, but it's just so irrefutable that you have to say it. And then so Dave Meltzer here's where he takes a big L. He responds to Jimmy Corderas, and Jimmy Corderas says, even you are using the term grifters, Dave? Come on. Now, Dave is an actual grifter, and I explain and I pwn him right here. So Dave Meltzer goes, yes, people who play upon the naivete of the audience, someone who makes money by lying to people. So that's not even what a grifter, the definition of a grifter is. Like, yes, lying to people is one aspect of it. So I respond to Dave. I say, A, that's not what grifting means. You can look up words before you use them. 2, the Observer is a lie-riddled shit rag that costs $15 a month. And then the Euro sign or whatever, Dave Meltzer is a grifter. Because he is. So grifter definition. We're just going to type it in here, chat. And the definition is a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. Now, words have multiple definitions, right? Words have plenty of some of them have 3-4 ways you can use a word. A grifter doesn't. Okay? It's a fucking noun. There's only one definition according to Oxford Languages. Maybe there's more. People like to change the definitions of words all the time. But a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. Okay, $15 a month, which equals a lot. But on a personal level, on an individual level, you're small-scale swindling people, Dave, with your spins, with your lies, with your inaccuracy, right? Maybe you could argue you're not even grifting because you keep lowering the fucking price. Maybe I'd argue, though, because of the amount of money you make, you're beyond the level of a grift. But maybe it is a grift. I don't fucking know, right? So it's where do you find your value is where the scam comes in. Okay, so is Conan grifting? No, because people want his insider opinion and the opinion of a guy who is super popular in Mexico and super popular in WCW and that people grew up watching and shit. Is Eric Bischoff grifting? What's this small, petty swindle he's getting? It's stupid. What value do you add? Dave, you're supposed to be a news hound and a journalist. You're getting pwned by Fightful every fucking day. this week. Okay. What is your paramount value? Or do you guys know the Jesus twins who were on Howard Stern? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Phenomenal shit. You got to look it up if you haven't, just if you're into that sort of thing. And their manager would always say, what's your paramount value? Like me, I'm supposed to be informative and funny and I just have to have hot takes and be funny. Right? I got to not bore you by talking for 4 fucking hours. That's my job. I think I do a good job. Okay. So where's the grift come in? I'm not sitting here trying to break news and go, oh, you guys need this and they're wrong because this and my sources say, right? So who are you calling grifters here, Dave? You're the only one who's like putting out lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. Right? And now you surround yourself in this bubble of people who are fucking dumb and all they can do is call everyone grifters that they disagree with because they're fucking stupid. Okay? And now you're starting to call other people that, which is pretty fucking crazy. Now, I'll give Dave a pass. Maybe he's beyond the grifter point because he's been doing this for 50 years, okay? But I did call him a grifter here because I think you could argue he is. And I think chat would agree with me on that. But yeah, people who play on with using lies to... That's not what grifter means, you dumb fucks. Just Google these words before you use them, okay? Where's the scam? Oh, they're preying on... They're using lies to scam people. So if Bischoff has an opinion on something you don't like, but then 90% of his shows are talking about old WCW shows and Fantasy Mark booking the shoulda, coulda, woulda of the NWO had he not fucked it up, is that a petty scam to fucking, or is that just him giving his opinion on some shit you don't agree with? You fucking idiot. Fuck, man. Sorry, guys. I hate to be like fucking idiot. It's just like, that's petty little shit, but it's like, damn, man, you can look this shit up, Dave. Like, aren't you a journalist, bro? Just use your Googles. Google Analytics. So on today's Wrestling Observer Live, Hook confirmed what everyone with 2 eyes except Dave Meltzer could see, that he suffered and has been recovering from a fucking concussion. So you guys remember, Hook got a concussion. He puked in the ring. Meltzer comes out there and says, oh, it was reported that it was we had no concussion. It wasn't a concussion. And then we're sitting here on the show going, okay, so he puked up his Cool Ranch Doritos. Like, what happened? He ate too many fucking Cool Ranch before he came out? Like, no, he banged his head and puked, bro. It's fucking concussion. There's no way you can't lie or spin that. Right? So here's Meltzer said what? Pull in Dave's card here. According to Dave Meltzer, there's no need to worry. Discussing Hook's queasiness on Sunday's radio, Wrestling Observer Radio, Meltzer confirmed Hook didn't. He confirmed it. Hook didn't suffer a serious injury. He threw up, but he didn't have a concussion. That's what I found out. Dave, if you get hit anywhere in your body to where it makes you throw up, it's not good. It doesn't matter if it's your head, shoulders, knees, or toes, baby. Like you get kicked in the ribs and you throw up. It's just not good, bro. Okay. That's not a good fucking thing. It's not always dangerous, but he took a headshot and fucking puked. He was concussed. There's no way. That's like the first sign of PCS, I believe, right? Post-concussion syndrome is fucking puking, right? I'm pretty sure. So Meltzer was unable to confirm what caused Hook to vomit. Though his co-host Garrett Gonzalez suggested that Hook may have entered the match already feeling under the weather. Go fuck yourself. Or was possibly even feeling nerves. He was just nervous. That Garrett guy pisses me off too, man. It should be noted that Hook was attacked after the match by Castagnoli and landed stomach first on the legs of a steel chair after Castagnoli hit him with the neutralizer. Okay, so you can land on your back and concuss yourself and get CTE and throw up. You can get hit and you can fall down, not even hit your head directly, right? It's about your fucking brain rattling in your head, and it's an accumulative thing. Okay? So eating a body slam after being concussed, that can still aggravate the concussion, bro. Fuck. Please ignore Hook showing obvious concussion symptoms. He's fine. So Dave saying Hook did not suffer concussion symptoms. Okay. Boom. We see it right there. Now let's hear what Dave's got to say. This is like 2-3 days ago.
Are you, I guess we can't spoil anything, but back in AEW soon?
Yeah, I'm recovering from.
Or pardon me, this isn't what Dave said. This is what Brian said on Observer. On Observer fucking radio, okay? So Hooks also, he's in this movie, Money Talks. Okay, he went and did this movie. And the actual reason he was on today was to plug a new short that he's in from the Tribeca Film Festival. And then he admits, though, he's recovering from a concussion on the fucking newsletter on the radio show that Dave said fucking he didn't have a concussion. You couldn't look any dumber than Dave has looked in 2025. Sorry, let's listen to this.
Are you, I guess we can't spoil anything, but back in AEW soon?
Brian. Yeah, I'm recovering from a concussion for those who don't know, but yeah, I've been out for a while, and I should be back soon for sure.
All right. Well, excellent. Best of luck with that, and you guys can.
Craziness, man, and good for Hook for landing that role. He would have got to do that short either way, regardless if he was concussed or not. But wishing him a speedy recovery, and or Hook's just working everybody right here and saying, "Yeah, I did have a concussion," but I just don't. But I just think Meltzer was talking shit. What else do you puke from in the middle of a match? That just seems he never did it before, you know. WWE reportedly, so again, this is from Dave, and I just don't believe this at fucking all. WWE reportedly asked for a Happy Gilmore 2 trailer that doesn't feature MJF to promote on Raw. Dave, none of the trailers show MJF for more than 1 second. Nobody would know or give a shit. I doubt, and here's the thing, I doubt WWE would even have to ask for that. I'm willing to bet Netflix is already 5 steps ahead of them on that one and wouldn't even offer them one with MJF in it, knowing. Okay? So I just really don't know if I believe Dave on this. Is that above WWE's pettiness historically? No. Are they? That's a Vince thing, though. I just don't see that happening still. Speaking of which, so you guys remember when Dave leaked out a story? He goes, "Oh, one of the companies, we covered this on the show. He's like, one of the companies was upset about the other company people being on this American Gladiator show, Brian." And then everybody jumped on Dave and was like, "Oh, so obviously Tony, like he texts you, and obviously Tony's mad about it because why would WWE care? Miz might even be on his way out the door for all we know. And not only that, like, why would they care? It's Wardlow and Camille. Wardlow, apparently, too. The dirt sheets were saying that Wardlow met with WWE people. Now, what I fucking, from poking around a bit, but I don't know shit. I'm not a dirt sheet. But I think it had more to do with this American Gladiator show because there's some people who just in the Netflix WWE space kind of cross over. I know that the show's on what is it, on Amazon, I think, right? But I just think because there's people, from all these companies, I think there was a little crossover there, but who knows? Wardlow could have been using that to secretly meet with WWE people. Hey, it's the entertainment business, baby. People do that shit all the time, right? We've pointed it out on this show. Oh, you just so happen to be on this plane I'm on going to Chicago. What are the odds? Hey, Jason Jordan, producer of WWE. You just so happen to be on the same plane as me, let's hash out a thing because I'm leaving AEW, right? That's what Punk did. So, or allegedly, right? We don't know that for sure. But all I'm saying is that Wardlow apparently was meeting with WWE people, right? Or had talks with them over that weekend or whatever. So who knows? But I think everyone jumped on Dave's ass, and it's just a lie anyways that he made up. I don't even believe this. Why would they care about Wardlow and Camille being on this show with WWE people? Like, they're not on TV ever. Camille and Wardlow aren't ever on AEW TV. And then why would Tony Khan care about it now? This seems like a very reactionary thing that Tony Khan would do. For instance, everybody's praising WWE for all the women's wrestling they put on SmackDown, right? Tony Khan goes, "We're having a 15-woman fucking tag, all-star tag tonight." Like, that's reactionary. It's all reactionary. So I don't know, man. I think if anything, Tony would be mad, but I don't even believe Tony was mad because he doesn't care. Why the fuck would he care what Wardlow and Camille do? They're not ever on his TV anyways. So I think Dave just got caught making shit up. So then he had to put this out to try and cover his own ass. And he says it was WWE and not AEW that apparently had the issue with The Miz hosting American Gladiators and having current AEW talent, in particular Wardlow and Camille as gladiators on the show. Why? They don't care that Rick Boogs is on. They don't care that the OVW guys are on it. They care that Wardlow, who hasn't been on TV in 2 fucking years, and Camille, who was on TV for 2 weeks, 2 months, right? And then just vanished again. They're mad that they're on this show that The Miz is hosting when The Miz could be on his way out the fucking door. The same way Braun Strowman got a gig. They let him host that one show, and then they didn't renew his shit. Right? They just let his contract expire or whatever. They cut him again. And they let him host that NBC show that's coming out or he's about to work on or whatever. Could be the same thing with Miz. I put that out there. You know, they could be like, yeah, dude, here's your walk-in papers. That's why he removed WWE from his shit. And is it above WWE to get petty? No. But I just think Dave made this up because look, it was WWE and not AEW. Because when he put it out there, everyone assumed he meant AEW. Just because who else? Why would WWE give a fuck? So again, he's just tripping over his own bullshit. That's what we come to highlight here on the show. So Dave, again, we covered this earlier. Fightful pulled his card on this, I suppose, right? So Dave says those close to Mercedes Moné say she was willing to lose to Athena to build a rematch at All in Texas. But then the Toni Storm Moné match was decided upon. It made no sense for her to lose that match and not win the Owen Hart. The original idea months back still involved Mariah May for All In, but obviously that was changed when May wasn't going to sign a new deal. So again, Dave, you're making AEW look bad and stupid. You're making it look like they're just reactionary to WWE all the time. And then, yeah, I guess he was called out and the sheets were like, no, dude, Tony planned this all the way back in 2024 to do Tony versus Mercedes, which I mean is the obvious fucking thing. Everyone said it, like they're your two biggest names. I mean, fucking obviously she's gonna get the belt off Tony. It makes the most sense. So Dave's an idiot. Here is Brian Alvarez. Trying Brian. Okay. Trying fucking Brian. And I'm gonna get you guys a Brian.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Brian. And he gets bitched at by the sickos for suggesting video packages in AEW. I mean, they just should do it. More vignettes, more packages.
I did have the temerity on the Observer Radio show to say, you know, it would have been cool if we had like a nice history of CMLL video package. And this made people so angry. And every time I bring anything like this up, there is such incredible resistance from these hardcore AEW fans. Why are you so angry every time I bring up that maybe we could do some video packages or some history packages or something? Why?
Because they just like move corn, Brian. They don't actually care about AEW. They just want to see wrestlers do fucking moves to each other. They don't give a shit. Okay? And that's the problem. So you need to stay 10 toes down and let them know they need more of, and all these dynamites, they're like, oh, it's trending better. This AEW is doing so much better. All the sickos are saying that. Okay, why? What's the difference on the shows? It's not the attendances that are going down. It's none of that shit. The difference on the shows are more vignettes and packages and explaining and leaning into stories and sports entertainment. Because that's what people want. I'm sorry. It's a fucking TV show. You got to do TV show stuff. Otherwise, these sickos will just go on YouTube and type in moves, Spike Dudley highlights. You know, that's all you guys got to do if you want to see people do moves. Okay. Rick, Amazing Red compilation. Boom. There you go. Get your fix. It's because they don't actually care. The super hardcore ones that he's catering to, they don't give a fuck if AEW lives or dies. They'll just watch the next thing that has moves and they'll watch it on the internet. They don't give a fuck if it's on TV or not. Tony cares about that shit. And Tony's admitted that he aligns with what I say more and more all the fucking time, every day. And I'm rooting for Tony. We're going to make Tony great again. Steamboat Tony. I'm on that ship. It's not sinking yet, me mateys. Okay?
Why does this make you so angry? Are you afraid that Tony is going to listen to this show or read something and change your AEW into something you don't want is
yes, that's literally what they're afraid of, because they have a weird parasocial relationship with the fucking company, and they can't separate like reality from their feelings. As far as like Tony's just a billionaire fucking rich guy, like every billionaire rich guy. Okay, it's no different. So yes, bro, they don't want, they think, and especially you and Dave clearly influences the show, and they're scared, Brian, that you're gonna be trying Brian and getting this shit in Dave's head, and then he gets it into Tony's head to make the show better. They don't want that. They don't want that.
Is that what angers you about me bringing it up? Because I could tell you, he's not gonna change the way he does things.
He's never. Well, he has been lately though, a little bit, Brian. Once he gets on that back foot and he goes, fuck, because he looked at the all in attendance and was like, fuck. I'm telling you. And I heard Tony got pissed about that Lance Archer video being blasted out there by so many people. Now, we fucking allegedly, right? We do that all day, whatever. This ain't the news.
Allegedly.
Here, but, I mean,
I'm shouting at the wind. So, like, I can't help myself. I want the thing to grow.
Me too. Yep.
New people.
Right? We want new people to go, fuck, man, this is pretty good too.
To watch it.
But how can you expect others to do that when you yourself can't do that, chat? That's what I'm trying to fucking explain to people. I'm trying to explain where the good stuff is, but it's not enough. It's just not enough. And there's too much bad faith at this point.
I wanted to create and
like in the fans, like we have bad faith for AEW. There's no good faith left on their end, you know?
Cultivate new fans. I know some of you don't want that. You don't have to get so angry.
Yeah, but Tony wants that. Please don't gatekeep. Let them come and watch the show. Should we let them in? Fuck, man. And that's who he's just catered to this whole time.
It's clearly not going to happen, but it's my job to suggest it. So I'm going to keep doing that.
Good, dude. See, trying Brian, man. Brian's trying, dude. No, you don't get the pass yet. Because you always wait to do these little rants when fucking Celtsy ain't there, when Uncle Dave ain't there. You know what I mean? So Dave says this, all doom and gloom. The WWE Evolution show has to be redone entirely due to Liv Morgan's injury, and the entire card is up in the air, Brian. The entire card, or is like 3 matches moved? Well, I guess if they only do 5 matches on the shits, I think it'll be more than that for Evolution. But and there'll be a lot of legends in attendance and stuff like that. But the whole card up in the air, he doesn't know that at all. And let's say Liv doesn't wrestle a Bella twin and then they do something else. Is that the whole card up in the air? Jesus Christ, Dave. So Dave, though, taking a rare W, but this isn't a W. I'm going to explain why. Because Dave fucked up by saying, I hope everyone knows, like he was all cocky and condescending about the 271,000 watching on YouTube. And don't conflate that with Nielsen, Brian. And he was looking at WWE Espanol like a redact and didn't realize that. And then it ended up getting millions of views in like one day. And he's been shilling these CMLL shows on YouTube. Hasn't said shit about the AAA one other than when he tried to poop on it, right? And so now this is why this isn't even a W. Because Dave, he should admit he's wrong and go, I fucked up, man. I looked at just WWE Espanol. He won't ever do that. So this is just him trying to cover his own shit that he did before so he can go back in a year and go, I said that AAA did more, right? So let's also be fair. The AAA show sold out. AEW show did not, and they were 570 miles apart. So Dave is he's still kind of being a little condescending here with the 570 miles. Unless I'm wrong, Chad, I think he's still trying to throw in a little, a little condescending fucking, But at the same token, he is being fair there. But he has to because he fucked up trying to boo-boo on the AAA show with the YouTube numbers live at the time, and he knows that. So he has to try and correct his history here in his mind. So Raj Geary and Glenn Gilberti were going back and forth with Dave. So Dave Meltzer responds to someone who says, I don't believe it, Dave. He's vindictive and doesn't forgive like Vince. Cody would immediately self-sabotage himself out of the company like he did the first time. Tony Khan doesn't listen to fans when it comes to major booking decisions. Right? And Dave was saying, like, if CM Punk were to apologize to Tony Khan, he would have taken him back. It would have been all good. It's like, why did he have to apologize to Tony Khan, man? What a bunch of fucking pussies. Like, this is the problem, right? Eddie Kingston can slap people. Mox can push cameramen. Tony needs an apology. They left Punk. Hey, Tony, yeah, how about Punk apologizes after you apologize for leaving him at the fucking airport before that event? How about that? How about, like, you apologize for leaving him at the fucking airport? Holy shit, man. That shit really irks me when they put that, like, that whole thing on Punk. Jack Perry's own fucking friends agree that he was made to look stupid because everything Punk said happened verbatim when that footage came out. And that's a shoot, brother. I'm telling you that right now. Anyways, Goldstein Jr. and Son says what he said, and Dave Meltzer says, if you were arguing Vince in this decade was a better booker than Tony Khan, that's actually hilarious. Still comparing Vince to Tony
The best
Khan.
guys, Tony Khan.
And he's not comparing booking, Dave. You're conflating two things because you're dumb. He's talking about personality traits, like this guy felt threatened. You know, Cody Rhodes had to self-sabotage to get out of the company instead of Tony just, like, letting him go or whatever. He knew that. You know what I mean? Tony's he just ghosts people and shit. He's talking about that, like personality traits, not booking, dude. And then Glenn Gilberti says Tony is the worst booker in history based on year-over-year data in ratings and attendance. If he had to answer to a boss, he would have been fired a few years ago. Facts. Factually. And people go, well, WBD, he has to answer to them, right? Yes and no. And if this would only indicate, if you want to make that argument, then you would almost be agreeing with Bischoff where it's like, well, Tony likely funds this shit, and that's why he's not been thrown off the air yet or whatever, you know? Nobody with common sense can argue against this. Glenn's right. Shout out Disco. So Dave Meltzer has this to say to Raj. So Raj says, okay, they get into a bit of an argument, so about Q4. So Raj actually knows what he's talking about, but Dave Meltzer says ratings from Q4. Q2 is now up 7% for Dynamite. So he's talking about from Q4. Q2 in AEW is up from Q4. Okay, but what is Q2 doing compared to Q2 before, dude? So 7% Dynamite, 28% for Collision, and that doesn't include Max. You don't know the Max numbers, Dave, so it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. If you factor in Max with the absolute most pessimistic number, it's minimum 41% for Dynamite. Just adding 30. You just added 30% pretty much, bro. Dynamite, and based on how based on the only numbers we've actually gotten for Max would be 92%. Oh my god. Whoa, where's Switchblade, bro? I can't, because I don't even god. So Raj says, speaking of which, have you noticed the insane increase in PLE attendance that WWE has had this quarter compared to Q4? Or maybe there's a reason business is compared year over year as opposed to cherry picking quarters, bro. This is exactly it. This is exactly what they're doing. They're cherry picking random quarters, dude. Dave, cherry pick this quarter compared to Q4 for fucking WWE. Exactly. You won't do that. So then Meltzer goes, WrestleMania skews attendance. Oh my God. So All in Texas isn't skewing attendance. Look at Dave. They're skewing attendance. Just again, he can't let go of like they skewed attendance all those years ago when Hogan wrestled. Comparing 13 shows or so with 13 shows is so completely different. Especially when you factor in the current quarter has something that should have diluted the number. But especially when you factor in this quarter had something that should have diluted the number, but it didn't, or what, Dave? You know, like why, how is that relevant if it should have, but it didn't? When you take that out, you'll mislead yourself like someone would comparing Q2 Raw and SmackDown 2024, 2025, year over year. Oh my God, bro. And then Raj says, that's kind of the point, Dave. But yes, you're comparing ratings to Q4 when Dynamite had shows on Christmas and Thanksgiving week, as well as an episode that aired on Tuesday against NXT. Also, for years, you've talked about how 18 to 49 are the most important, and the 18 to 49 was down from 4 to 2 or 4 to 1, 25. So you guys following? So like Dave, who said the key demos king was down 4 to Q4 to Q1 2025. Why aren't you bringing that up? Why wouldn't you bring that up? You're cherry picking. That's what he's pointing out. Good for me, not for thee. You're just picking the random shit that you want to pick, right? And yes, there are definitely people now watching the show on Max, yet every business metric that is provable is down year over year in AEW's existence. When there was a big jump on TV viewers, you saw it in attendance and pay-per-view buys. Exactly. So the whole point of TV is to draw houses and sell pay-per-views. Otherwise, why are you on TV? Why are you promoting anything? Why are you filming shit and putting on the TV? There's no point, right? And so when before you could measure that, their houses were bigger, the ratings were bigger, everything was bigger, right? And even Disco's tried to explain this. Conan's everyone's tried to explain this. Like, what's the point of being on TV if you're not trying to sell tickets and sell pay-per-views? So you can one-to-one go, look, their attendances were also up. So it's when we're looking at their numbers going down and down and down, and then you're using invisible max numbers to say, well, everything's up, but nothing else reflects that, but it reflected it before. Again, why am I explaining this like Dave's even listening? He's a fucking dumb fuck. So moving along here. Dave Meltzer, so this is what he said, right, in relation to what we were talking about before about Punk. He says this isn't going to happen, but if Punk came to Tony and apologized to him and the other key people. So this is the thing. If Punk went and apologized to Tony and the other key people, so when Punk set a meeting for them in Atlanta and they turned it down and they last minute said, we don't want to meet with him, whose fault is that? When Punk said, I'll call them, and he was instructed by lawyers not to fucking call them, their lawyers said, don't call them. Whose fault is that, Dave? Okay? And then when he tried to have a meeting before All In again to smooth shit over, and Punk even pitched to AEW, hey, I'll be in the blood and guts match. I'll be the mystery guy against the Elite. It's fucking heated up. I'll do it. I'll work with them. None of them wanted to talk to him. Don't talk to us. We're not allowed to talk to us. So how is he supposed to come and apologize, Dave? You're trying to do damage control for your fucking friends and you're a goof. But it's not worth debating because it both can't happen and won't. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck you and fuck that. So yeah, we covered Raj Giri. And so lastly, Meltzer responds here to Raj and says, and no Max, leaving that out again. So Dave, you leave out Netflix global numbers for NXT and shit. So shut up. Everyone plays these games, and especially you. So Dave goes, if you ever studied wrestling, the correlation with attendance and TV ratings sometimes exists and often doesn't at all. Dave, no, it only doesn't exist now because you're trying to use invisible fucking numbers to play this game. So you're embellishing the truth right now. Okay? He says, I started writing about that in 86 or 87. So you started coping and inventing a fucking cope lie in 86 or 87 to make up excuses for why your fucking wrestling isn't doing as good as the wrestling that you don't like.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard, coping and seething.
Actually, as far as attendance versus Q4, the strategy is different. Smaller buildings. Dave, wrong again. Now, okay. Now, yes, he's starting to do residencies and all of these sorts of things, right? He still ran a shitload of big ass buildings and hasn't backed away from that entirely. And it's only very last minute. He's like, oh, fuck, we're going to do tapings here. We're going to change all in Texas. Da, 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 da. So you're trying to make it out like, oh, it's because they're running smaller buildings that the attendance is lower. No, it was a strategic move to lower our attendance for smaller buildings. That's, again, Dave, you're trying to spin it. You're not going to spin it here. We're not this dumb to buy into this you're gaslighting people. They're doing smaller buildings because the attendances are so fucking low, not the other way around. Oh, well, they decided, fuck it, they're going to do lesser people in smaller buildings just cause, fuck it. That's not why that's happening. Okay? It's cause and effect, Dave. They're doing the smaller buildings, which Tony wouldn't fucking just bite the bullet and do for so long because of his fucking ego. Now they're doing it because the attendances are shrinking, because the TV's shrinking, because the pay-per-view buys are down. And the only person who claims pay-per-view buys are up, which I bet you're about to do, I didn't read ahead, but I bet you're about to, Dave, is you claim that they're up 30%. No one can prove that at all. You're the only one claiming that. Okay? So, smaller buildings, more shows in same buildings to save load-in costs. Dave, we all understand more shows in same buildings. They just started doing that, though, which is an effect. That is the effect of there being less people and less people watching. Don't you get it, Dave? Everyone gets this but you, because this is your spin. This is how, and you're gaslighting people right here. Right here. This is it live in the flesh. And the people you keep in your bubble that you don't block are all going to reinforce this, and they're fucking dumbasses. And I'm sorry, they are, because they don't look at it and go, right, Dave, that's the effect, though. That's not like they're not doing less people in the buildings because Tony decided, well, let's just run smaller buildings even though we could fill bigger ones. That's not why they're doing that. I know I've said this 18 different ways. Next, I'm going to say it in fucking Mandarin. So the people in the back get it, right? Well, fucking sign language it up next. Dave, are you ready for it? Okay, so they're not doing it's because there's less people that they're doing smaller buildings. So he says more shows and okay, blah, blah, blah. Probably lower in budgets given smaller buildings. Yes, it's lower budgets. He should have been doing this forever ago. If he was the most profitable year ever for AEW, $185 billion gajillion dollars. They are profitable. So it's all, they're in the green. So that means, Dave, why are they running the smaller buildings? Because they're going to be in the green at the end of this year. Why are they doing the residencies? Oh, they're probably cutting costs here and there is what you're explaining here. But you're the one saying they don't need to do that because they're in the green now from their TV deal. If everything was just left the way it was. Girl, you're amazing just the way you are, right? That's what you're trying to, it's all perfect. Everything's great. But now they're doing like cost cutting measuring things and not picking up contracts like Abbott on it anymore. Is it because you fucking lied and they're not about to be super ultra mega profitable, Brian? Is it because that's not about to happen? And this year, Tony's like, fuck, we thought this TV deal would put us over, but like I hired fucking Hurt Syndicate for $100 million. You know what I'm saying, chat? So probably lower, but whatever. Why do you care about that if they're profitable, Dave? I thought none of that should matter. That's just so funny. He's going to that to be like, look, say paid attendance isn't up, but show profitability or lower losses since running shows on their own aren't profitable is a positive. But I thought they're making money hand over fist if everything stayed the same since 2023 when you were talking all that shit about a TV deal, Dave. So now it's significantly everything's lower, and now you're putting over the fact that they're doing little cost cuts here and there. Why? If they're in the green now, why would Tony Khan not have a problem? Well, fuck it. I mean, think about this, chat. He threw down all this money. Now they're in the green making a profit. Okay, well, I made that $100 million I spent last year back. Why don't I just spend the same amount? It's not like a loss, or I was already taking that hit anyways. Why wouldn't that be Tony's mentality? No, it's smaller venues and fucking You know what I mean? This guy's such a dumbass. It's cost cutting and not renewing Abaddon, right? Even though Halloween's around the corner here after summertime, right? Like, why? What the fuck? How does any of that logically make sense or follow or track? Fucking doesn't, Dave, because you're a kooky bitch. And that's why I'm going to keep roasting you. And that's why this is my favorite thing to do at the end of every fucking show. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Flutes in the... Okay, guys, I want to thank you all for being here, man. There was like almost 400 of you on a fucking Saturday where it's beautiful. It's summertime, you know, the YouTube numbers take a little bit of a fucking, well, we're growing and growing. I got to be honest. Every month we're still growing and growing. We're almost at 7,000 subs over at youtube.com/ProWrestleClips. But just being modest though, you know, shit takes a hit. People are out enjoying their summers. I don't expect you motherfuckers to be here listening to me, but we put on the show anyways, 4 hours and some. I had a brilliant time. Round of applause for me. How about that? Your host, Phil Marks here. You know, follow me at Pro Wrestle Times. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, become a patron, become a YouTube member. It really helps and supports what I do. Watch the replays. Replay gang, shout you guys out if you made it to the end of the show. But like tomorrow, Time Cop. And I appreciate you all so much for being here. This week, man, I'm loaded up. I'm doing Toonie Talk TV with Marv, and I'm going to get him on this show probably not this week, but the following week, okay? So it's funny. I was like, yeah, I'll reach out to him, and then it ended up I'm doing his shit, you know? So I'm doing Toonie Talk TV. Check me out at Phil Marks Out. I'm doing JJ Alexander show that same day. So JJ, if you're out there listening, we got to work a fucking time around all of that as well, because his is more set in stone than yours. So, you know what I'm saying, brother? We'll do that one. That's Thursday. I'm going to do a preview show for all this weekend of wrestling as well, coming this week, this upcoming week. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Love you all. And yeah, on White Heat next week, JJ, DM me, okay, on X, and let's lock a time in. You know, because I'm doing Toonie Talk TV that same day. But if I have to join their shit later or whatever, I will. You know what I'm saying? I can pop in later. So make sure you guys check that out. Appreciate you guys. And I appreciate Pete Rocks too. Thanks for coming in and arguing with everybody. I do really love it. And yeah, man, I'll see you all in the Upside Down, okay? Take good care of each other. Hydrate, man. Hydrate. I'm going to do that right now. It's fucking getting hot out there. It's stormy where I'm at, but it's about to get real hot in the upcoming weeks. So take care of each other. Be good. Till next time. See you in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we are just secured the bag.
But like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time Con. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Come on, Macho Man. You can always get out of the ring, but The Rock is extreme because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
Not the cage.
Oh, yeah. Landslide. Falling Rock. Yeah. Meet the North Face.
What do you do for beefy, spicy, extreme excitement?
Say it. Slam it to a Slim Jim.